The House will please come to order. All right, members, a few announcements. We're awaiting some members off the floor committee. The first amendment actually is third reading amendment number 47. And there's several insertions in here. So I have no idea if you have a list or not. So I'll just go through. It'll be third reading number 47, and then it'll go 1, 2, 3, 32, 4, 5, 43. So between 5 and 6, insert 43. And then it's 6, 7, 8. Between 8 and 9, insert 46. 46. So these are new amendments that have come out since probably the packets. And they're going around with this set of amendments right now. So 47 is first. 43 will go between 5 and 6. 46 will go between 8 and 9. And then there's going to be a change in order, but I'm not going to worry about that because it's only flipping one. And then third reading, 44 goes between 30 and 22. Between 30 and 22. And then the last three amendments, 40, 41, 42, between 41 and 42 goes 45. So there are 5 new amendments that are not, I believe, in your packet, and I will announce them well in advance as we approach them again. And the first one will be 47 when we begin. And 47 is going around, or all of those should be going around right now. They are online. They are online. All right, members, our staff has just almost got things passed around. Thank you very much to our pages and Ms. Mangini. All right, members, with that order of business, of bills on third reading. House budget on third reading. Reading clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations. General Government Appropriations 2, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2024, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
There are amendments. No, that's exactly what the script says, members. There are amendments. First amendment for consideration is House third reading 47. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 47 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this, as you know, there are 4 constitutional amendments that are still alive and circulating. So this funds each one of them. And as they die, then those funds, this will have to be modified. But we got to make sure the money's in there just in case they all 4 pass.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion. Remember in third reading rules? Any member first time? First time, second time. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 47. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment for consideration is third reading amendment number 1. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to withdraw and start off on a good note. Third reading amendment number 1.
Oh, it doesn't. No. So the increase is only, how much is the increase? So members, I apologize, and I apologize, Representative, because I was thinking there was only a $64,000 change, but apparently we should do a roll call on the third reading number 47. So Chief Clerk, please call the roll on 3047.
Andrew? Baker excused. Banks? Bear? Blackburn excused. Brown? Burkhart? Burt? Clausen? Connolly? Crago? Duncan? Eklund? Ayer? Flitner? Fortner? Gray? Greer? Hallinan? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Jennings? Kenner? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson Dan? LeBeau? McGuire? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Oakley? Obermuller?
Aye.
O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Paxton? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Romero Martinez? Roscoe? Schwartz? Sherwood?
Aye.
Simpson? Summers? Stith? Stivar? Sweeney? Walters? Washit? Western? Wharf? Williams? Wilson? Winter? Repeat, please. Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer, Mr. Speaker, Oakley. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 41 aye, 16 no, 3 excused.
Third reading 47 is adopted. My apologies, Representative Brown. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to withdraw third reading amendment number 1.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Thank you very much. Third reading amendment number 2.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Brown.
I'd like to retain my title as the person who's going to withdraw the most amendments today, so therefore I withdraw third reading amendment number 2 as well.
Thank you very much. Third amendment number 2 is withdrawn. Third reading number 3. Representative Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable introduction. And so members, what this does, it just takes out the CEO language. And so it would read that you get the salary and benefits for Chief Operations Officer, and the Investment Funds Committee shall interview applicants for a Chief Operations Officer. A couple reasons why I'm doing it. One, I don't believe the Investment Funds Committee should recommend a Chief Executive Officer over investments. That would be our state treasurer, right? We have a Chief Investments Officer. We probably should have a Chief Operations Officer. I think that's fair. That's lateral. You've all heard me talk about the org chart. But quite honestly, what I'm really doing is we're creating a position in the budget, and we're letting an unelected board decide what that position should be at a $300,000 a year salary, which I can't figure out why we'd ever do that, right? So if we're going to name a position and give it roughly $300,000 and some benefits, the legislature should in fact be deciding what that position is, what it does, what its duties are. And while we don't spell those out very well in the budget, and while it probably should be in a bill and not a 2-year window, I do think it's appropriate that this body take a position on what that position is. I don't think it's appropriate to make it a Chief Executive Officer, especially picked by an unelected board. But if they want to interview candidates, make it a COO that works in line with our CIO, and they both report to the treasurer, which AKA could be the CEO. I think that's much more appropriate. And so that at least makes me feel comfortable with adding a position that this body retains control over what that position is, what it's called. I think there's a general expectation in the world of what an operations officer does in regard to these, more than a CEO. And so I thought it best to let this body make the decision, not the Investment Funds Committee.
Thank you. Members, any discussion on 3, amendment number 3, third reading amendment number 3? Discussion? Seeing none. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 3, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next one is third reading amendment number 32. 32, Representative Gray. Representative Gray.
I move third reading amendment number 32 to House Bill 1. What this amendment does is it clarifies that this position, that the state treasurer is going to have hiring authority over that, and it's going to have the Investment Funds Committee. Recommend people for that position, and to the state treasurer for fulfillment of the position. So this is just maintaining a clear line of, just like we do with any other elected position, just having a clear line of authority and maintaining the decision on this position with the person with the expertise, rather than placing that in the SLIB board, which is just really not appropriate. So ask for an aye vote on that, and thank you.
Thank you. We're on 32. Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple things wrong with this. So first of all, this position is being created to basically be selected by or qualified by the IFC, and then it serves at the pleasure of SLIB. And the reason that he serves at this position serves at the pleasure of SLIB is because the SLIB board is, by statute, it is the entity, it's the corporate board, if you will, that administers and determines what our investment policy is. And so this particular entity, this person will report to the treasurer's office, but he serves at the pleasure of SLIM, and we did that intentionally. It's like a corporate board. If you've got, it's the way the board monitors and keeps track of what's going on in the treasurer's office, because they have to. You know, right now, they're 8 months behind in their accounting system. Who knows that unless someone reports it to the SLIB board? And how do you fix it unless someone in the SLIB board under their control has the ability to at least fully communicate with the treasurer's office? So it's critical. And what's more important, this has that person, this person is in the back office running the accounting. The person in the back office running the accounting should not be a part of the compensation package that you have on your investment professionals. That, you know, what that means, you know, this, as you can see, this is a $300,000 salary job. That's more than any of the investment officers make on their flat fee. But so with that $300,000, that means that this person will be making about $700,000 or $800,000 if they over the course of 3 years, if they beat their benchmarks every year. And so you do not want this person making $750,000. So on and against.
Any other members first time? We're on first time. Representative Washut, first time.
I'm on in favor of this amendment. If you've ever had a job where you've got more than one boss, how frustrating that is. I think we need to make sure that we keep the lines of accountability and responsibility really clear. And it befuddles me when I hear that, you know, there's no way that the elected treasurer has the expertise to make these kinds of decisions, but then, you know, the SLIB board as a group does have the expertise to oversee these kinds of decisions. So if the members of the SLIB board can have the expertise to make these kinds of evaluations, it would seem that the elected treasurer might also be able to make these kinds of evaluations. So on and for the amendment, keep the lines of responsibility clear.
First time, Representative Jennings, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also on and in favor of this. And I just asked the body, you know, where are we going to stop with this? I mean, we have 5 electeds. Maybe we create this type of position for each of these positions. And I think that this is a constitutional issue, that these people out here in Wyoming have elected this person to take care of this. It's called the state treasurer. And so they're the ones that are given that obligation to take care of decisions like this. And so I would be on and in favor of this measure. And because I think this is a very important issue with one of our 5 electeds, I think we should record this for the. Yeah.
Thank you, members. First time, Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, on and against the amendment, in addition to the problem with we would be paying an enormous amount of money to a person who's just essentially doing the back office accounting operations. So the performance-based compensation piece of this is very, very troubling. As far as being befuddled, what's befuddling, I think, is we've got a system right now that's not working. We got a memo from this agency telling us that everything was fine and that all the money, that there were no irregularities and that everything is fine, when in fact, for months, we have not known how much money we have. And so the purpose of having a chief operating officer selected by the State Loan and Investment Board is that the reporting you'll get is we'll get the reporting to make sure that we know how much money we've got. And right now, frankly, we don't know how much money we have, so on and against.
First time, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look in the Constitution, it discusses the qualifications to be the state treasurer, and you must be a citizen of the United States, 25 years old, and elected by the electors of the state. So the assumption that the state treasurer somehow is qualified to make investment decisions is really not even spelled out, that that's something that you're required to have a certain level of investment licensing or anything else. It just says you have to be 25 years old. And so the reason in current policy, it is the SLIB board that sets the investment policy, carries out the treasurer then carries out the activities as directed by the SLIB board. And so what this position does is to report back to the SLIB board to make sure that that's what is going on, to make sure that the treasurer isn't trying to circumvent what the SLIB board, the investment policy making board of directors has set out. And the reason that, and it doesn't say that any 5 of those electeds, the governor, the superintendent, the treasurer, the auditor, that any of those have to have any investment qualification. And that's the real key here. You have a 5-member board, so no singular power rests within any one individual. So no individual person has that singular power to make these investment decisions. And that is what this does. And so then this position reports back to that SLIB board, making sure that what that SLIB board has requested in terms of activities and policy is being carried out. They are reporting back to the board of directors as been described. This position is very, very necessary, and I would encourage a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Any other member first time? First time. Members, there was a request about dividing this amendment. The request was a vertical division and not a horizontal division, i.e. something within a line. And so I'm just conferring with the chief clerk and taking a look at the rules. We'll just stand at ease for just a moment. And for the body, members of the body, I heard the request for a recorded vote, and I also had a member second that. So there will be a recorded vote once we get to resolution of the inquiry. All right, members, I think 11.5 and advice, past practices is that the division horizontally, i.e. within a line, removing language within a particular line is not in order. So we'll continue with the amendment. Any other members for their first time? Any other members for their first time? Members for their first time? Members for their second time? Members for their second time? To the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for looking into that. Yeah, so we just need to clarify this issue. This idea that there's no expertise in the treasurer's office for this sort of thing from the elected state treasurer, I mean, by that extension, they would say there's no expertise in the Secretary of State's office for elections, or there's no expertise in the Secretary of State's office for business license fees, or no expertise in the state auditor's office for reporting requirements, no expertise in the state auditor's office for writing checks, no expertise in any of these offices for anything. It's a recursive argument that there isn't the expertise here in this office to simply retain hiring and firing authority for the staff within that office. We have it for the state auditor that they can make decisions about their staff. We have it for the state, for the governor, for the Secretary of State, and we should have it for the state treasurer. Now look, the investment decisions, as we've talked about, the decision-making process for that amount of money is very spread out, and there have been numerous bills over the 5 years I've been here and before clarifying that and further spreading out those duties. But this is becoming really targeting this office like has been happening here in this budget with this amendment to take away the ability for them to retain hiring and firing for their own staff is really problematic. So let's just fix it here, and thank you, and I urge an aye vote.
Members, we are voting on third reading. Okay, my apologies. There was a request for a roll call vote. The request was by Jennings, the second was Stiver. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Repeat. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
No.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 19 aye, 39 no, 2 excused.
Third reading amendment number 32 has not been adopted. Next amendment, third reading amendment number 4, Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1. The purpose of this amendment is to reinstate some funding for the Rangeland Health Assessment Program through the Department that assists our agricultural producers in this great state. The objective of the program currently is to provide actual on-the-ground range assessments on state, federal, and private lands. The data attained during these assessments is then used to assist our local ag producers when they are facing challenges from some of our friends in the federal agencies that manage our public lands here in the state. This program, as managed by the department, typically requires a 30% match and has a maximum grant amount of $20,000 per applicant. It's available to local governments and higher learning or education institutions. However, it's generally used by our conservation districts around the state. Over the years, the program has been very successful with very little money spent. For example, in the southwest part of the state, the conservation districts have used this money to prove that federal allotments are capable of multiple use, and are capable of handling grazing and recreation. As of right now, the program still exists in the department, but there's due to budget cuts, there's an attempt to phase it out. There's still an employee in the department that manages the program, and what this particular budget request does is put some money back into the program for future grant amounts. The request is $70,000, and I think it will go a long way to helping our ag producers in the state. I'd ask for your favorable consideration and would stand for any questions.
Any members first time on this amendment? First time, Chairman Zwanitzer, first time on amendment number 4.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just a question. It's a little rare to say that it's our intent that it should be included in the department's budget moving on in the future. That's kind of a rarity, and I didn't hear an explanation of why we would want to include that past our 2-year budget window, and it basically adds an appropriation into a department. Just some more explanation on that.
Any other member first time? We're on amendment 4, first time. Any other member? Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I just want to stand on in support of this program. It's help do permit renewals and reissue allotments to ag producers. And I believe the way it's written, it looks to me like it's ongoing, but that's the way I would read the amendment.
Any other member for their first time? First time, members for your first time, second time to the sponsor. Representative Krigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think hopefully the majority floor leader answered the question regarding the intent of, it's an ongoing appropriation is the intent of the language of the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We are voting on third reading amendment number 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. It's less than $100,000, so a roll call is not required. Next amendment is so the order I have is Chairman Nicholas's 5 goes next, which I believe is your amendment. And then Representative Henderson, I have yours as, or excuse me, 5 is Representative. 5 goes first. My apologies. I have got 2 lists and they're saying the opposite things. We're on 5. Representative Henderson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring third reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, for the benefit of the new ones, I want to quickly just give a little background on how we got this endowment started. In 2018, we had a budget session, and before that, I was in Agriculture Committee, and we'd been looking real close at our state fair. And the state fair had 6-figure losses year over year, as far back as you could see. And so we took a special day during that interim before that budget session and had people from all over the area come, and there was a former member of our legislature who came in, and he testified to always wanting to perhaps consider an endowment for the fair. And so with the help of the good chairman of Transportation, some other leaders, and my favorite committee, Appropriation, I mean that sincerely, we put together a really simple plan. It was $100,000 seed money and $100,000 matching, right? And we got it passed. It came out of our House unanimous. There was one legislator voted no during it, and then she changed her vote at the end. Then it went over to this other end, and they voted a supermajority. There was only a few no votes. But here's the thing. You got to start somewhere. And this is a small seed that's growing a big tree for our state, right? So in 2018, March 14, 2018, when this was enacted, we started with 0 to 200,000, right? There's a family up in that area donated $7,500. There's about 5 legislators that kicked in. But we kept looking, we kept working. We stood up a new board for the fair. We paid them a little bit. The expectation was we'd ask them to do a little work. They've done good work for our state, for our people. The year of COVID, well, 2020, I come back, and with the good work of the chairman of the Appropriations and his committee, found some money. I always let the chairman of Appropriations know when I find money. I don't always get all of it, but maybe get a little bit of it. So we put a little bit more into that fair endowment, right? Then we found an account that wasn't being used very much, so we swept that over there. Well, folks, I met with the the person who manages our treasury a few days before we started this session, and we're north of $3.7 million. If you think about the rule of 72, and just for illustration, say it's 10% on your earnings, divide that into 72, in 7.2 years, a dollar's going to double. It's going to be working for our state and for our people, particularly for our young people, every day, every hour, every minute, every second. It's going to be going in the right direction. This is a real simple process, folks. You get the earnings, they're managed and invested, and then every quarter, 25% goes over to the fair and enterprise account. 75% goes back into the fund to help grow it. Now, we're asking for a small ask here. There's another one coming. I'm always the guy that goes upfield, you know, to kind of break down the opposition and inform, but I'm glad to do that because this is for a good purpose, right? But if you look at the average return on all of our good funds over the years, for the last 50 years, the manager of our treasury told me it's about 5%. Well, you divide 5 into 72, it's about 14.7 years. This $9 million will be 18 million. And the chief executive, who I briefed before that budget session 2 years ago, my first budget session when I was a freshman, it's actually, gosh, 4 years now, goes fast, but he asked me one question. He said, how big do we want this to grow? And I said, well, sir, I think initially we want to grow it big enough so we can sustain our fair. I said, but after that, the sky's the limit. We'll have some options. Former Speaker of the House advised me to make it inviolate and so forth. And so I'm here to tell you this is doing well. So this is just a bump up, folks. And I sure appreciate your favorable consideration. This has, as the good member of appropriations recommended the other day, a $200,000 matching. Why 200, you say? Well, remember I told you every quarter it's 25% goes to the enterprise fund? Well, it's easy math. 5% on 9 million is a little bit right around 400,000. So that's about $25,000 a quarter going to that fair, right? Last year it was a partial year, $53,000 in earnings, right? So we're going in the right direction. Stand by for your questions. Appreciate your favorable consideration.
All right, members, any members for the first time, third reading amendment number 5. Third reading number 5. Chairman Collision. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support the fair, then I would request that you look at the next amendment and deny this one.
Any other member first time? Any other member first? Chairman Harshman, first time.
I'm moving on here. Turn it off. There we go. Mr. Speaker? Okay,
Please
just a
proceed.
question. The next amendment, same issue, same agency, similar concept. I see it doesn't delete this amendment though. And I think I'm okay to refer to the next amendment because it's the same issue. I think be really careful. If you want to support this, figure out which one you like best because the next one doesn't delete this one, in my opinion, and I think then you have a double funding of what we're trying to do, I think. And I don't think that is the intent of any of the bringers and supporters here. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Speaker.
thank you. Any other members for the first time? First time. Chairman Zwanitzer, any other chairman, please queue up. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next amendment looks really ripe for a lovely division, and I would suggest we could just vote for this one now and solve the issue, and then the next one could be withdrawn.
All right, we're going to stick to this amendment, third reading amendment number 5. Any other discussion on the amendment? Discussion on the amendment. First time, second time to the bringer, Representative Henderson.
Okay, really quick, folks. Thanks for listening. So you think about the earnings flow, right? And you set that trajectory by the amount that you put into that corpus. And so this is 5. We started with 2, where we were at, 3.7. This shifts the curve up as we go forward, right? And so I think this is a better amendment, obviously. Got some good co-sponsors, and vote aye.
Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 5, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment, 43. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 43 to House Bill 1 and turn the explanation of the amendment over to the good representative from Converse area.
Representative Clausen, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment sends funds to the same endowment account, but it does it in a little different way. 1-to-1 match for 2.5, on 2.5 million. Out of the tourism reserve account, which we know we'd almost doubled the amount of this funding last year than we anticipated. And then it takes an equivalent amount of $500,000 per year out of the, I believe it's the same account. And this equivalent amount is the amount that this would estimated bring, this new tourism tax would estimated bring from Commerce County. As Commerce County's generally not a tourist town, it's an industry town, and the hotels and the sort of things that generate this revenue aren't necessarily from tourism, they're from industry, and that is the justification. Great little endowment, great time to do savings, kind of a nice little spot that doesn't, has a lot of money. Request your aye vote.
Any member first time, Representative Newsom, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to address the Special Projects Tourism Fund. We already have $2 million going into this beautiful building. We already have $2 million going to state parks for trails. We have this now. We have a future one that I guess I'm not supposed to talk about, which is $7 million. An estimated $8 million in the account. So at some point, we have to stop doing this in the budget bill, and we have to allow worthwhile projects, the state fair, museums, state parks, to submit to the Office of Tourism their projects to allow for the State Tourism Board to do their job of allocating the money in a fair and reasonable manner, not just a money grab from all over the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sweeney, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the description of this, when the bringer of the amendment spoke, I am curious, the way the bill, the amendment reads, the 2.5 million comes from the general fund, and then, but it was described coming out of the tourism account. And then, so I'm looking for clarity if that's correct or incorrect, and then the 500,000 would come out of the tourism, correct? Is that correct? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Eklund.
I think this is a good amendment. And I think what we're trying to do is not rob any of the accounts, but we're wanting to have fair distribution of the money that's generated within the state. If I had time to have a vacation in the summer, I'd go to State Fair. So I think it does fit into tourism somewhat, but I do know a lot of money's generated to that fund in that county through industry and probably to a lesser extent the State Fair. But I think it's a good amendment and a fair way to put some money into an account that it builds our youth, it builds and it builds the state of Wyoming. You need to go to that fair. Well, I won't get off on that part.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to divide the amendment. So first division would be lines 1 through 24. And then division number 2 would be lines 25 through the rest.
It is divisible. Would you like to start with Division 1?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is similar to the last amendment, $2.5 million in our budget to go to the State Fair Endowment Account. We have money this year. We're putting, $70 million in the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. We are trying to fill up some of our trust funds for the first time in 8 years. While we have some funding to do so, I think it's appropriate with other trust funds that we could put, $250,000 in this one and help it get going. And hopefully over the next couple of decades, we can continue to grow it. But I think that's a very different subject matter than the second part of the division. So I would ask for your support on Division 1.
Discussion on Division 1. Representative Sweeney, Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very much in favor of Division 1. Vote aye, please.
Any other members? Division 1? Division 1. Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote this down. We just can't afford to keep putting general funds into permanent savings. They keep doing this. It's to the tune of over $150 million already. I think now we're up to 160. And we just can't keep picking out new accounts that have endowments every single reading to do this in. The next amendment, I think, has some validity. I think it's certainly more palatable than this approach. So I'd really just ask the body to stop this and to help us stop this practice, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Larson on Division 1 of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would encourage a no vote on this. We have tried to, and have, through the good effort of the good representative right in front of me, established an endowment fund for the state parks. I don't argue it needs to grow and look forward maybe in the future doing it, but I would encourage a no vote today.
Representative Clausen, first time on Division 1. Just as a reminder, members, once we've divided something, the order starts over because we have a new motion on the floor. So Representative Clausen, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the division, this is a one-to-one match. It is general fund. I misspoke because of the other half in this, but it's general funds, one-to-one match. It'll probably take a long time to get this match. It'll be a while. On and for the division.
Any other member first time? First time, second time to the sponsor? Chairman Swanitzer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to say in response to some of those questions, this does have a matching component. And so if we are going to park money in permanent funds and trust funds, a one-for-one match is pretty darn good compared to some other choices we have. And it's only $250,000.
All right, members, we're voting on Division 1, third reading amendment number 43. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment, Division 1 is adopted. Division 2. Anyone to visit on Division 2?
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
Please, what's your
I
point?
believe that was a $2.5 million appropriation, so don't we need a recorded vote?
Okay, so my apologies. I was going to see how Division 2 came before we did the vote, but thank you for the point of order. We will take a vote on Division 1. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 1, third reading, amendment number 43.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Oakley. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 28 aye, 30 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, Division 1 has not been adopted. Division 2. Representative Newsom, Division 2.
Thank you. Kind of back to that same argument of let's let the Office of Tourism develop a plan to expend these special projects funds by carefully going through that and then going to our appropriators, laying out what those funds will be used for. This business of just money grabbing this new fund that hasn't even, we don't even know how much money's in it, seems unreasonable to me. Please vote no on Division 2. Thank you.
Other members, Division 2. Division 2, Representative Banks. Division 2 on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would also urge a no vote. In my mind, the funds in the Wyoming Division of Tourism account are for promotion of tourism and not for creating an endowment. And so it would be a different story if it was for promotion of the state fair, but it is for the endowment, and that's not, in my mind, what those tourism fund dollars were for.
Thank you. Members, first time. Representative Clausen, first time, Division 2.
On and for the division, these funds are brought in by industry. This is not a huge tourist area. We do have some tourism, but it's a big oil and gas area, and that's where the hotels are full from. That's where the restaurants are full from. This just takes some of those funds and builds this account. That's the justification for it. Vote aye.
Any other member, first time, first time, first time, second time, second time. Members, we're voting on Division number 2, House third reading amendment number 43. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. Division is not adopted. The amendment in its entirety is not adopted. Next division, or next amendment is 6. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 6 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I think it's really rare that I have an amendment that cuts money out of the budget. So I did think that it made sense for me to try one more time. I talked to a couple of you, and I think you just didn't realize what this program was doing. And so just to give an overview again, this tries to sue dads essentially to get recovery funds, and historically just hasn't done that. The budget bill has a footnote to try to pursue more of these cases. If you extrapolate the current case rate to trying to pursue all dads, it doesn't matter. You're still going to have more administrative costs than you are going to have costs recovered. So this, again, is just tossing money into the wind, and I do think it's unnecessary. So that's why I'm asking for an amendment to cut it out of the budget. I do ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Stiff, first time.
Mr. Speaker, on and against. This is deja vu. We talked about this yesterday, voted on it yesterday. Time is scarce. Let's vote this down again, as we did yesterday. If you vote aye, if you are for deadbeat dads, okay? If this program this is one-time funding. If this does not work, that is, if these people don't make the money back, if they don't make more money than we're spending, I will bring the repeal bill if I'm still here. Okay, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Provenza, first time on the amendment 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, or during the last session, we put a bill forward that collected fines and fees. And one of the amendments was to take those fines and fees off from folks who were on probation and parole. And that was because it costs more than we get back. And this is going to be a very similar situation. So it's not a matter of if you are pro or anti deadbeat dad. It's, are you for programs that don't work and cost us money? So vote no. Aye, vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Any other members, first time? Representative Hallinan, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This bill is based on the fact that the the Department of Family Service has really been very active in doing, getting people before the judge to see if they could get some money for this program, Medicaid Fairness Act. They've had 778 orders entered, and they've collected only a couple $100,000, of which half goes to the federal government. So they've only collected about $112,000. The cost of the program is $291,281. So we're spending $3 for approximately every dollar we get here in Wyoming for this. I think that this program has some possibilities of working if this department figures out a way to get more money out of it, but they haven't done so. And I doubt that this spending another $300,000, according to this budget amendment, the previous budget rather, would be any more successful. I think that would just add to the deficit of the program by another $300,000. We don't really have that kind of money just sitting around waiting to be wasted. And I don't think that we should do that by supporting this item in the budget. I think we should support this amendment and forget about putting another $300,000 into this program. The program is going to continue. They're going to continue to be going after the deadbeat dads that are mentioned by my colleague from Sweetwater County. But their expenditure is not going to be as much as they will be by my colleague from Sweetwater County, my esteemed colleague, the attorney from that area. So I would suggest that we support this amendment and do what we can to save some money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minority Leader Conley on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in favor of the amendment. Honestly, we were told years ago when the bill was passed that we wouldn't get a request for more money for enforcement, but we would get the bill that would repeal the statute. And instead, we're being asked for more money. What no one has said, though, is who is going after to start with, right? Who's going after to start with? And it is women who just had a baby who live in poverty. Right? That's who's going after, because they're the ones who are supposed to identify the fathers of their newborn babies. So they're the ones who are going after, where we want them to honestly get services from the state, right, in order to take care of themselves and their newborn infant. And instead, what we're doing now is having an attorney and a staff member from the AG's office go after them to try to get identification of the baby's father. And we've just heard over and over again that even if they do it over and over again, we're not going to get the money back. But it's those women, typically young women, who live in poverty, who we want our services to help them and their babies, right, get off of poverty and to have a thriving infant. So on and in favor of this amendment, let's be helping these mothers.
Chairman Eklund, first time on the amendment.
So I'll just build on that a little bit. None of our government programs really make money. We might find a little bit here and there, but for the most part, especially the judicial branch, they just spend a lot of money. We try to get the right things done. And if I understand this, we're trying to get the right things done, and I think we need to be focused on that probably more than we are the dollars, because we're going to spend a couple $billion and not get much out of it.
Any other member? First time, first time, first time. First time, second time. Representative Stith, your second time.
Mr. Speaker, just want to clarify, we had a speaker just represent that this bill is designed to go after the mothers. It does the opposite. It is targeting higher income single fathers. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you. Any other members, second time to the sponsor, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This program is Medicaid birth cost recovery. If it is doing a bad job at recovery, it's not really doing what it's intended to, which was the theoretical magical pot of money that we could recover from these dads. It's losing money. Let's not throw another $300,000 that will just keep losing even more money. Just vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. We are voting on third reading amendment number 6, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Yin? Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 27 aye, 31 no, 2 excused.
Third reading number 6 has not been adopted. Number 7, Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 7 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this does is puts $150,000 into the Department of Environmental Quality to allow them to determine the feasibility of Wyoming becoming an agreement state with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for the purpose of issuing licenses for possession of radionuclides. This is different than what they do currently for mining, but it's a similar approach. This is what we did when we determined we would like them to be able to issue license for uranium and thorium mining. And it lets them determine that feasibility, that if it's worthwhile for the state to do this. It's a long process and it gives them 2 years and some money to do it. And while we know what it would do for businesses, such as laboratories, medical facilities, rare earths mining and development, not sure what it would do for the state, and that's what it does, is determine that. And I can tell you that for a company, having the state be able to do this, normally with the federal government, it takes 3 years and about $3 million to get a license. If they could go through the state based on past experience, it would take them about 18 months and only cost them about $1.6 million. So I ask for your favorable vote.
Any members first time? First time on the amendment? First time on the amendment? First time? No discussion on the amendment. Seeing no discussion, members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 7, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. It does require a roll call vote. Chief Clerk?
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 40 aye, 18 no, 2 excused.
Third reading of number 7 is adopted. Next amendment, number 8, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 8 and urge your favorable consideration. All this does, there is a match in this bill that was put at $1 of general fund money to 20 cents of other funds, and I am just changing it to $1 to $1, a one-to-one match on both lines of appropriations in this bill. Stand for any questions.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Chairman Greer.
Sorry to take the body's time, but it's been 10 years. I agree. Support the amendment.
Any other discussion? Any other agreement or disagreement? Any other discussion? Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 8. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 46. 46. This is one that was inserted in the order, and I apologize, I didn't queue it up earlier for you. So 46 goes after number 3. This is Representative Gray. Okay, my apologies, members. I tried to get these queued up. I told you earlier, and then I didn't give you a warning before, so I'll try to do that later. I will note that there is a corrected copy on 37, which is quite a ways down the order, but there is a corrected copy now. Representative Gray on third reading amendment number 46.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 46 to House Bill 1. So we debated a form of this amendment on the previous reading. It was a lot more of a reduction. What I thought was, let's scale it back a little bit, the amount that goes into the corpus of 2 of these endowments, the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund and then the Wildlife Trust Fund. Scale that back from 75 million to 45 million. So that's 30 million each. So it's $60 million that would then be transferred into LISRA. And, you know, we can't keep putting hundreds of millions of dollars into these endowments every time we have an influx. This is why when the severance tax revenues go away, why we've been broke in the past is that during these boom periods, there's too much put away into these other funds. And this is not savings in the sense that it's savings that's going to go into our core deficits. It's savings for discretionary uses, at least on the wildlife, which is, they're good projects and that's fine. But I just think 75 million is a little too high. And then on the permanent fund, very, very little of those dollars actually go into schools, those proceeds. They go into SIPA and the general fund. Some of it goes into LISRA. So, I think we need to address our core deficits. Let's put in a little more cash, think about investing that cash as well, how we can do that in LISRA, and continue to have that conversation. So this just scales it back a little bit from 75 million to 45 million on those two accounts. It doesn't touch the cultural trust fund, this one, the 2.5 million. It doesn't touch the CSPLF amount. And I would ask one of the appropriations committee members too, why 75 million? Why is that the number? And so let's scale this back a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Paxton, then Vice Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment. Folks, this original amount of money was supposed to be around $200 million, and it hasn't even come close to that yet. If you followed what we do in the large projects thing, you can see that this money has accomplished an awful lot of very, very good projects all over the state. It's very much underfunded, a lot more demand than there is money in the account. And keep in mind that a lot of this money is leveraged, heavily leveraged, up to 7-to-1. So it's money well spent.
Thank you, Vice Chair Larson, and then we'll go to Chairman Flitner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would urge you to resist this amendment and would like to follow up on the good Chairman of Education on the Wildlife Trust Fund, and maybe to answer the bringer of the amendment's question on why we settled on 75. We had actually contemplated 100. It had come down to 85. We talked about in really what was the intent of trying to fully fund the Wildlife Trust Fund. And it's similar to the conversation we've had on the tourism department, is because we were required statutorily to use the revenue off the Wildlife Trust Fund to fund conservation projects. It's been so successful, but there's been far more need than what the revenue being generated would allow us to do. And I suppose we could say, well, yeah, we like birds and we like frogs. We really like tiger salamanders and things of that nature. But why, is this really important? The use of the Wildlife Trust Fund and the conservation projects they've done have been key, particularly in the field over the mountain from where I live, in protecting sage-grouse core areas and in working. And the funds they use to leverage aren't general fund dollars. They're from conservation groups, departments of interiors from federal governments, other agencies that allow us to improve those and let our extractive industries continue to produce the revenue that we need to move forward. The challenge has been is then we supplement that with general fund dollars, similar to the conversation we've had on the tourism board. So we feel that if we can get this up and funded to where it needs to be, and we feel that the 75 million gets it up just shy of the 200 million, then that allows them to be off the general fund. So it isn't an arbitrary discussion. It's the intent of that is to conserve general fund dollars. Now, come back to the discussion that the good presenter of the amendment has, is that in those years when we don't have enough money, we have to pull it out of the LSRA to help fund some of these conservation projects. So I think that this is just another step forward in keeping our general fund dollars freed up to do the things that traditional government would do. And so, again, would encourage you to resist this amendment.
Chairman Flitner on the amendment.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, and I just can't add anything more than what the good Vice Chairman of Appropriations just said, and I would just encourage you, if you haven't yet done so recently, go to that website of this agency that we're talking about. Take a look at projects funded. Look at the map, look at the regions. Click on your region and see what sort of projects have been funded within your jurisdiction. Since its inception in 2006, over $96 million has gone toward wildlife and habitat restoration and preservation. This is Wyoming, people. This is why people come to our state. It's because we have this delicate balance between industry and wildlife. And it's vital, not only to our tourism industry, but to all of us. We have a very healthy ecosystem. And this fund is important to maintain that balance. If it's fully funded, they're off the general fund, and those dollars can be spent elsewhere. So on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Western, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise on and against as well. I do not support a second reading amendment similar to this, with the understanding that I would support a third reading amendment that would take that reduction, instead of diverting it into savings, it would divert it into a reserve account for the WWNRT. That way, it could serve its function of creating income for these awesome projects that WWNRT supports, while also making it available at a future date if it was truly necessary. But this amendment does not do that. It simply makes that reduction, and it takes away from the ability for this trust to do the very thing it was designed to do. So on and against.
Any other member? Any other member? First time, second time. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the record, you need to know that I'm a convert. When I came into this body, I just, we'd vote on these projects and it would just kind of stuck wrong in me. And we had a previous speaker that assigned me to be on that committee with the good chairman from education. And I find myself going around the state looking at the projects that they've done. And I really acquired a taste for eating crow, because I really found that the projects they done were exceptional, and they are vetted. We went and looked at some projects up in my part of the world, and I just thought, I'm just going to hold my tongue, because I wouldn't, and they wouldn't even give them a second glance. And it's pretty well thought out. These guys are really judicious with these funds and really do good work. So please know that I've kind of been on the other side of the fence, but I believe. So please resist this.
Any other member for their second time? We're on second time to the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I much preferred the debate on second reading, because there we were really able to get into the question, not on whether the projects are good or not. And we were really able to have that professional debate on whether this is a smart policy decision to put these dollars in an endowment when we have core deficits. But we got back into, some bad habits here, which is to say that an amendment to try to think about those trade-offs is somehow saying that the projects aren't good. And that's not the point. The projects are fine, they're great. The question here, though, is thinking about the bigger picture of our state's financial position, and whether it is smart for us to put this level of dollars in when we have an influx, which we have a boom and bust structure, particularly pronounced this time because of the influx of federal funds. Is it smart to put it into endowments that are going to go to things that are not necessarily core functions of government, and that when structural deficits come back, those dollars are not going to be able to be clawed back. That's the question. It's not whether the projects are good or not. And so my answer to that question is that the answer is no. It's not a good policy choice for us to do it to this level. And we just have to acknowledge our history here. Think about 7 months ago where we were at, where they were saying that we were going to run out of money in June of 2025, and we were going to be out of cash and looking at tax increase after tax increase. And yeah, it changed in 6 months, but it could change back in 6 months. In fact, I would pose to you it will change back very quickly, probably in a year and a half to 2 years. And in 2025, we'll be back to saying that in a biennium and a half, we'll be down to that $500 million cash level because we're not allowing LISRA to grow enough. And so look, this is pretty modest. It still puts $45 million in both the Wildlife Trust Fund and the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. It does the full $75 million into the CSPLF, which I think there's more of a validity to, because those investment dollars go into one of our core deficits. So it's just scaling it back $30 million each. So I'd ask for favorable consideration on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We're voting on third reading amendment number 46. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. So members, the next amendment is number 9. As you know, Representative Baker is excused for the day. I did find out he is well on his way to meeting a grandchild who weighs 3.3 pounds. 3.3 pounds. And the chief clerk asked me what the gender was, and I'm a guy. I didn't ask. I will find out on the next update. 3.3 pounds. Pretty remarkable. Still be with us. All right, so number 9 is withdrawn by the chairman on behalf of Representative Baker. Next amendment for consideration is 33. And members, just so you know, we're about 25% through the amendments, and we've been at it for an hour and 35 minutes. So I guess that means we got about 6 hours left. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 33 to House Bill 1. What this amendment does is it removes the $4 million for WildLink. Every year that I've been here, we've had these distributions for WildLink, and it's just not working. The project has gaps, and it's really antiquated, this approach to thinking about communications from a governmental perspective. So I'd ask for you to vote aye on this and remove this $4 million and change for the WildLink boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Simpson first time, and then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking on and against this amendment, folks, I'd like to draw your attention to line 6 of the amendment. It deletes on page 35 of the budget bill, lines 13 through 20. I'd like to highlight exactly what that does. Let's have a close look at the very last sentence in that appropriations bill. This appropriation shall be used to pay any charges to local governments until the appropriation is exhausted. So this $4.1 million is designed and set aside for the ongoing costs of hardware, software maintenance to maintain the system. If we vote aye on this amendment, your local governments are going to start receiving bills because there's no other way to pay for it. I don't think you want that. I think we want to continue to sustain this program as long as we need it. So I encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Brown, and then Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, stand in opposition to this amendment as well, and I appreciate the good member of Appropriations going over a good portion of what I was going to go over, which is this is your local counties. These are the people that use this system with your volunteer fire departments, your ambulance services, your sheriff's departments, those areas that have the WiLink capabilities, especially out there in the areas where it's less populated. They are certainly using this service. But more concerning to me was what was stated is, well, we have issues with WiLink and it's just not good, so let's just cut funding. I'll be the first to admit, I've been serving on the Transportation Committee now for 6 years, and I'll be the first to admit WiLink is not the greatest system on the face of the earth, but just eliminating funding for it is not the solution. That does us no good and does us absolutely, and if anything, it actually ends up harming what we're trying to accomplish. We've actually done some really good work through WiLink in the past couple of years, and frankly, I think it's much better than where it was. But just as the Appropriations Committee has stated on this one, you're really cutting your nose off to spite your face here with this one, because if you cut it here at the state level, the counties are just going to come asking for this money because they all use this system. So vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And both of the previous speakers were correct in that this really impacts our locals, but it also does some other things. It will remove the money for system maintenance agreement that we have with the locals. It also removes the revenue source for locals, S4, which is the local government CAPCON account, where we've taken money in the past to help the locals on this. And it will also, based on the way it's done, prevent YDOT from paying for that maintenance for the duration of the biennium. What that means is they lose protection for cybersecurity, system maintenance, software issues, hardware issues, the continuous monitoring of the system. They won't have the money to pay for it. And I don't think right now we really want to do away with cybersecurity initiatives in any state agency. So with all of that, I would sincerely ask for your no vote.
Any other members? First time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess I'd push back on the idea that if something isn't working, we should just put more money into it. I mean, it hasn't been working since I've been here, and at some point you have to cut the cord on something not working. So I would ask for an aye vote here to save over $4 million for the general fund, and we'll move forward on more different approaches to fixing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on third reading, amendment number 33. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment is not adopted. So members, I apologize as I did my calculations. It's actually, we have 4 hours left. So we've gained an hour already. Next amendment is 28. All right. You can call for a question when there's no question on the floor. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sorry for the delay. I had my amendment out of order. Friends, what this is, if you turn to the budget, this is Medicaid expansion.
Would you move the amendment,
I am
please?
so sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 28 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. If you remember yesterday, when there was a discussion about this particular
There's a point of order. Representative Jennings, what's your point?
I think I'd like to call a Rules Committee on germaneness.
All right, Rules Committee, come forward. Thank you, members. So members, the discussion within the Rules Committee was regarding to the point of order was the germaneness of the amendment. And quite honestly, and it was a good discussion, had our director there. Although I think it was a split decision by the Rules Committee. So I'm going to rule that it is germane. Now, at this point, if there's an objection to my ruling, we'll vote on that. And if the vote is not sustained, if I am sustained, then we're on to the amendment. Not sustained, then the amendment will be discarded. So I'm going to rule that it is germane. Continue. Members? Representative Stiver.
I object.
Okay, so there's an appeal to the ruling of the chair to on the germaneness. Chief Clerk is setting up the roll.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Just hold a minute. Yes, please. What's your point?
Is the motion an objection to the speaker's ruling, and is that debatable? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is an objection to the ruling of the chair, and I'm trying to get the answer on the debatability. I believe it is, but I want to ensure that. All right, appeal is a debatable motion. Any member, and I'm going to use just one, first time, second time, there, anybody goes. Representative Yin, first time.
Mr. Speaker, so on germaneness, I mean, germane is just whether or not it fits within the title of the bill. The bill is the budget bill, the general government appropriations. And you can read the long title, I'm not going to read it out to you, but the amendment itself does have an appropriation. Not only does it have an appropriation, it's tied to parts of appropriations, which makes it germane to the bill. And it has to do with existing programs and how that interfaces with the federal government, and whether or not that existing program is expanded or not expanded, but it is an existing program. So I do think it is germane to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just say this is at least the fourth time that we've had it as a budget amendment, and it's never been ruled not germane before. So I just think it would set a bad precedent now if all of a sudden, after doing it for 4 years at least, we now say it wasn't germane every other time we've done it. So based on historical precedent of this body saying it was in bounds, I would ask to continue for the body to say it's at least germane to the bill.
Thank you. Representative Jennings, first time.
So my thinking on this is that, yes, while there is an appropriation to it, this is a huge policy change. And therefore, it creates a new aspect in Medicaid. The expansion is a huge policy question and not part of this, so.
Thank you. Any other member, first time? Representative Stith, first time.
Mr. Speaker, just asking for clarification. If a member votes aye, is that supporting the speaker or is that supporting the objection?
I will, so I'll answer that. So if you vote aye, we're voting on a motion to object to the speaker's, to the ruling of the chair. So if you vote aye, you're voting in favor of this not being germane. If you vote no, you're voting to sustain the ruling of the chair that it is germane to the bill. So it's a little counterintuitive, but we're voting on the objection, not on the ruling. So no, you believe it is germane. Aye, you believe it is not. Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You got to remember, Wyoming has a bare bones Medicaid program. These are Medicaid in the state of Wyoming is for waivers and that stuff. This is adding a whole new group to this that this whole body needs to agree on. The bills failed this last time. Vote.
Any other members, first time? First time, Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to explain to the body its germaneness. You'll see that it goes straight into the Department of Health's budget. It goes straight into healthcare financing. All it does is it increases, right, one of the columns of federal funds, right, and it adds a footnote. It also will end up increasing the general fund. What could be more germane, honestly, than talking about money with an existing program?
Any other member, first time? First time. Representative Oakley, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to agree with, I think it was 2 speakers ago, that this is significant policy. And I think that our job is to have full debates on that, and we all know we don't have time to get that done and do the business of the budget today. Not trying to, there's some gamesmanship, I know it's played, but I do think that we're better off fully vetting big policy changes.
Thank you. Representative Larson? Lloyd?
So if I could follow up with my good colleague from our county, I wouldn't argue that this is a policy change, and if we don't like the policy that this amendment does, then we should vote against it and deal with it as such. But if you look at the germaneness of it, and I take what it's addressing, for me at least, I take what it's addressing, throw that completely aside, and look if the program currently exists, if it makes an appropriation to that through an agency that already has that. And in my mind, it does, and is germane. Doesn't mean that you have to like the amendment in that it needs to be adopted. I think that will be the follow-up vote, whether you like this amendment or not. But I would, for my 1 cent worth, it is germane.
Thank you. I've got Chairman Greer and then Representative Haroldson. Chairman Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Difficult decision here, but we're putting funds into an agency that we know they're going to create a new program. Okay? And that's a little bit different than what we've done before. And so I struggle with this because, as has been brought up before, a new program, okay, but we call it expansion. Well, we're not really, we're expanding a type of program, but the parameters and the rules around that are going to be completely different, and they're all going to be done by the agency and not through the legislative process. And so I've struggled with this because, for me, it's on this line of being germane or not. And it's a simple fact that we know the magnitude of this expansion, but the expansion is a new program. And turning that over in a budget footnote to the agency to decide is what leans and is the little bit, the snowflake that makes me vote that it is not germane this time.
Thank you. Any of the members? Representative Haroldson, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So germaneness, non-germaneness, I think ultimately it's unconstitutional. We're legislating in the budget here, and that is unconstitutional. Obviously, that's not what was called. But I'm saying that at this point, I think we need to move on so we can actually discuss and vote on this amendment.
Any other members? First time, Representative Wharf, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge an aye vote on this. I do think this is just too substantial of an expansion. It is a policy through the budget, and I just disagree that, so please vote aye. Thank you.
Any other members? First time, Representative Romero Martinez, first time. On the objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge a no vote. Looking at page 272 and going through the criteria that we all just went through, it's clear that it's on the same subject matter, that it's relevant and appropriate. I would say that it's natural and logical. The good reverend and doctor, whose name I will not mention, but that everybody remembers, says or said that the last civil right that we would achieve would be healthcare. As was mentioned by the minority leader, this goes directly into the Department of Health. And so I would urge a no vote, though it may be unconstitutional, it is germane. Please vote no.
All right, members, any other time? Just to be clear, there's been several mentions of constitutionality. This body will make that determination when it votes, if it votes on the question of itself. Right now, we're on the germaneness question. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just ask, we're saying that it's germane because it's healthcare, but the whole thing about it is that to go in or out of our budget, someone said that it will be an addition of revenue. I really think that needs to be talked about because that wouldn't be permanently. And to say that a state budget topic is germane for federal funding, I'm not sure that that works. Maybe more discussion or an interim. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? First time. First time. Any other members? First time. First time. Second time. Second time. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So, colleagues, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. This is on whether or not the ruling of the chair is upheld, and the ruling of the chair is based on our rules. So this is how our rules are applied to this amendment. I want to make sure that the body stays consistent with how it applies the rules. If we say that this, because it's a big policy question, is not germane, then I would take a look at half of the amendments in this pile and ask whether any of those are germane, because a lot of things that we do are big policy questions, especially in the budget bill. The way we appropriate is policy. The question that we have before us is just whether it's germane, which is not whether or not it is a big policy question or not. It's whether it's germane to the topic of the bill, which is the main motion. And I would submit that yes, it is. I want to make sure that I'm consistent myself, because I know there will be an amendment here that I will also call a Rules Committee on, but I will be consistent because I know that this is germane based on what is in front of me, and not that it's not germane because I don't like the subject matter or the policy question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member? Second time. We're on second time. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman, just as we had a conversation about not being germane because we're given authority to an agency to take these funds and create a program, we do that. We're doing it with Wyoming Home Services. We're doing it with the Criminal Justice Service Boards. We're doing it with the Emergency Medical Services upper payment level. That is not new. That is not new. Again, please, I'm not arguing whether, at this point, whether we should adopt this amendment or not, because that's the policy issue that we're going. But it's just structurally in the debate of legislation, does it have the components that makes it germane to the discussion? Has an appropriation, and it deals with the agency that handles the appropriation, and it puts it in an existing budget. To me, it does, and I agree with the good speaker that it is germane.
Thank you. Any of the members? Second time. Second time. Second time. If you want to speak first time, you want to speak a second time, please move to the microphones. Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just last point, permanency of funds is not related to A, the subject matter, B, appropriations, and of course the other 2 points of the previous speaker. I urge no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member? Second time, second time. So members, we're going to vote on the objecting to the ruling of the chair. The ruling of the chair was that the motion was germane. The motion, the amendment 28 is germane. The objection was called for. So if you vote aye, you are disagreeing with the chair. If you vote no, you are agreeing that the question is that the amendment is germane. Everybody clear? If you vote aye, you're saying that it is not germane to the budget bill. The motion is not germane. If you vote no, you're saying it, you are agreeing that it is germane. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan excused. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
No.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 30 aye, 27 no, 3 excused.
So members, by your vote, you have overruled the ruling of the chair and said it is not germane. I think the afternoon is going to get a lot more interesting. A lot more interesting. So the amendment is as, Madam Minority Floor Leader, would you withdraw the amendment, please?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Minority Floor Leader. Next amendment is amendment number 10, Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I move amendment number 10 to third reading for House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, you know, we had our good association of sheriffs and chiefs of police giving us breakfast yesterday. And I went and talked to a couple of them and I asked them, you know, what are ways that we can support our local law enforcement? What are the things that you guys need for us to support you as a state? And this was just kind of an idea that I generated from that. One, basically, essentially, this amendment is a grant program for local law enforcement agencies to apply to ask for money to set up a mental health program within their own agency. That was one of the needs that I heard from those members during breakfast, that they need these programs. Their local governments weren't prioritizing it. And I think this is something that we as a state need to say, yes, it is a priority. This is something that is important. And not only that, there's also a prevention aspect here, right? So as a state, we are liable for many of the actions that our law enforcement does. And I think this is a good way to have some prevention there, but also just make sure that our law enforcement within the state of Wyoming is the best that it can be. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Oakley, first time. Representative Oakley, if you'd like to speak, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am on this and speak in support of this amendment. I just want to say, just the 3 people that I have introduced here on the floor in the last couple of days to you have had weapons pulled on them. They have personally witnessed suicides. They've responded to scenes where it was a friend that was deceased, both by accidents and by suicide. They have all done CPR on a child who died. One has been taken hostage. One has been a part of a death that caused significant trauma, and then that person underwent lengthy mental health counseling. I really don't think the general populace quite understands the depth nor the frequency of traumatic events that law enforcement undergoes. I really don't. And I evidence that by comments made on the floor saying, but they don't wipe butts. Actually, they do deal with such issues, but even that doesn't make the top 10 of what they go through. So what I wanted to tell you and why I would support this in the state helping fund it. So in our county, the sheriff has implemented policies dealing with traumatic events. Critical stress debriefing, which is required with trained personnel, which is required when there's certain trigger events, such as the death of a child. And then it's mandatory because there's a lot of maybe a tough guy attitude with law enforcement. No, I'm fine. So they do mandatory debriefing with trained personnel. They've contracted with a Wyoming firm that provides 24-hour-a-day access to be able to talk to somebody or get help. It's totally confidential, but that's contracted to access for every single employee. That has been a great success. There is also a suicide prevention line, and that's discussed, and that too has been used. And I suppose a success we haven't had any suicides in our law enforcement. But so these efforts are being recognized by our local county and about how significant this is for law enforcement. And I think the good vice chair of appropriations is going to talk about the Department of Health. But I don't really care how the structure is. They can structure that, and they are structuring it at the county level. This gives the needed support from the state. So I speak on in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Larson, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I agree with the need for the program. But I would encourage you to vote against this amendment. This is what I call I Want World Peace Amendment. It identifies a program that's very worthy, but it just doesn't tell us how we're going to get there. And so what we do is we tell the Department of Health, here's $1 million, and you are going to provide grants to the law enforcement agencies based on what and when and what's the criteria for doing that. Doesn't even tell them to develop the rules. Now so here's my suggestion. Mental health, there's a lot of room for mental health in the ARPA money. And I'd like to work with the two presenters of this amendment to work in craft with the Department of Health, maybe some guidelines that could get the same thing accomplished, and maybe bring this back as an amendment to the ARPA funds, the ARPA direct funds. And but as this is crafted, I would encourage a no vote because I think it's doesn't give the direction we need.
Thank you. Any of the members, first time? Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to remind the body that last session, we did pass a bill that made post-traumatic stress compensable under our workers' compensation for peace officers and a number of people in emergency response fields. So just thought I'd remind the body of that.
Thank you. Any of the members, first time? Members, first time? Members, first time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think to the good member of appropriations, I do think that the Department of Health actually has the ability within their existing authority to set sideboards on this. I do keep it a little open-ended, and I think that's so each local agency can define what they think that they need for their agency, and then with the authority under the Department of Health to determine what the sideboards of the actual grant program is. I'd be happy to work on this in the ARPA bill, but I think that we have the budget bill in front of us now, and I think this is a good idea for the budget, so I would ask you to vote aye. Thank you, Mr.
All right, members, we're
Speaker.
voting on third reading amendment number 10, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next, 11. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of the 66th, I move third reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. The department that oversees health made this request in their 23-24 biennium budget, but it was anticipated that the required state general fund match for the American Rescue Funds through the Older Americans Act would be waived. So the chief executive denied this one-time request in his budget. We have just learned from that department that oversees health that has not happened on that. So we bring this amendment of $957,308 of general funds to match with the $7,009,775,000 of federal funds. As you will see in the amendment, if the waiver is authorized, the general funds will revert back to the budget reserve account. And you can see that if you look at the amendment, lines 13 through 16. These funds will be used by senior centers, aging networks providers, Meals on Wheels programs, and other senior service agencies to address extended isolation among older individuals by providing funds for congregate meals, home-delivered meals, socialization, support services, transportation, and other health and wellness programs. These programs have seen a major increase in costs to deliver these programs. Food costs, fuel costs are just a couple of examples. Wyoming senior programs have seen a significant increase in participants since they have opened back from the pandemic. In my community, in the central part of the state, our Central Wyoming Senior Services has experienced an increase of 30 to 40 new members every month. I note that is on a monthly basis, not an annual. These much-needed funds will be administered by the Aging Division of that department that oversees health and be available to providers for the duration of the ARP fund allocations. Thank you for your support. I'm sure that you have talked to many of the providers in your own communities, and I ask for your support.
Thank you. Chairman Harshman, first time, then Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real quick, I'm going to summarize that in how I understand this. This is almost an 8-to-1 match. We think there will not be a general fund match required, but we won't know until April. And if we don't need the match, it reverts. So here's a chance to spend $1 and get basically $8 for your senior centers back home. That's the issue. So please vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd agree. I would call it a 7-to-1, but you know, I use Lander math, and that may be different. But I just want the folks to know that when we look at this $7 million in ARPA funds, these aren't ARPA funds that we'll be talking about in the ARPA bill. These were ARPA funds that were directly distributed directly to the Department of Health for healthcare issues and was not part of that direct ARPA stuff that we'll be debating. So it's not pulling any money out of that bill that you'll be considering later.
Any other member first time? First time. Representative Ottman, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for a point of clarification, if the money isn't needed because of the way it works. I was wondering, it will go back to the budget reserve account. Is that the account it's coming out of? Thank you.
Any other members, first time? First time. First time. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for that last question, the answer is in fact yes. And it's, would offer my support. Certainly my senior center here in my community are very excited about getting these funds, and a 1-to-7 match is pretty tough to turn down for all the good it's going to do.
Thank you. Any other members? Any other members, first time? First time. First time, second time. Representative Sweeney, bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, they revert if it's not needed, and we're hopeful that that is the case. And I think most of you have heard from your seniors centers and senior services from across the state. This impacts not just one community, pretty much all of our communities. So I urge you to vote aye. Call for the question.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on third reading, amendment number 11, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Amendment 3011.
Andrew? Baker excused. Banks? Bear? Blackburn excused. Brown? Burkhart? Burt? Clausen? Connolly? Crago? Duncan? Eklund? Air? Flitner? Fortner? Gray? Greer? Hallinan excused. Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Jennings? Kenner? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson Dan? LeBeau? McGuire? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Oakley? Obermuller?
Aye.
O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Paxton? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Romero Martinez? Roscoe? Schwartz? Sherwood?
Aye.
Simpson? Summers? Stith? Stivar? Sweeney? Walters? Washit? Western? Wharf? Williams? Wilson? Winter? Yin? Zawanitzer? Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 52 aye, 5 no, 3 excused.
Amendment 3011 has been adopted. Next amendment is 27. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to move third reading amendment number 27 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, what this does is the Good Neighbor Authority, that is a you might call it a cooperative that is created between the Forest Service and local communities with the idea of managing forests in a local cooperative way. And because the federal government has decided to put kind of a bunch of money into this area, and it's kind of happened recently, they've made that decision. In order for those good neighbor authorities to be effective and create, for example, create timbering projects, or maybe it's where they do defensive space around homes, a variety of those things, we need foresters. And so this kind of came late. And so what this ask is to allow our state forester to have 2 positions. It'd be, they would be 50% state funded, 50% federally funded. And this is just, and it's for this 2-year period, just in case this comes to fruition. We've seen the Good Neighbor Authority work on the east side of the state and the northeast side of the state. And this is kind of a Good Neighbor Authority we're talking about between the BT and the Forest Service. Urge your support.
Thank you. Members, we are on third reading amendment number 27. Third reading amendment number 27. Representative Brown, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick question on the amendment. It does say something along the lines of, this is meant to incentivize the federal government. I'm just curious if there's really any incentivization for the federal government to need to spend any more money.
Any other member? First time, first time. First time, first time, second time to the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, just briefly, I don't think I can answer that question, but I do know that if we have the opportunity to finally do some forest management in forests that have been mismanaged and unmanaged for a substantial period of time, and we can do that cooperatively with local government, I believe we should take that opportunity. Thank you.
Members are voting on third reading amendment number 27. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker, excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn, excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
No.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 45 aye, 13 no, 2 excused.
With your vote, third reading amendment number 27 is adopted. Next amendment is 12. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill, Amendment number 12 for third reading of House Bill number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment brings a debate about a particular area that we're spending money on in the university for the state. I believe this debate is necessary for us to determine what this body really approves of and doesn't approve of as far as the teachings there and our society. Last year, order.
Representative Larson, what's your point?
Germaneness to the budget bill, Mr. Chairman, there is no appropriation here.
And would you like a Rules Committee, or would you like me to rule on it?
I would appreciate Rules Committee maybe pondering this just a little bit.
All right, Rules Committee. It's going to be a long afternoon. House will stand at ease while the Rules Committee meets. House will please come back to order. Thank you. We had a discussion within the Rules Committee. It's the ruling of me as myself as the chairman that the amendment is not germane. Just like last time, somebody can object to my ruling, and we can go along that process. Seeing no objection, Representative Bear, would you withdraw your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank
Third
you.
reading amendment number 12, House Bill number 1.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Next amendment is 13. Amendment 13, Representative Sherwood. Representative Sherwood, you have the next amendment.
Yes,
Please
thank
proceed.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move third reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, you'll remember late into the night on Wednesday, we debated an issue with the Shop Wyoming website. After contacting a few agencies and getting more information, I wanted to bring this to the body for consideration. So it turns out there is not a connection between our statewide economic development organization and the website in question. The Shop Wyoming website was fully funded by CARES funds and is hosted by our statewide Small Business Administration. So again, website is not in conjunction with Wyoming Business Council funds. This misunderstanding may have come from the fact that there is a working relationship between all economic development organizations in the state, and the Business Council does have an agreement with the SBDC through the university to provide business services like business planning, market research, financial statement analysis, cash flow, et cetera, all of which are incredibly valuable tools to our small business community, and hundreds of businesses take advantage of these services each year. So what we've done is we've created a stick, but we're pointing at the wrong agency. But regardless, if the funds are withheld from the Business Council, this will negatively impact the business training that they do in consultation with our SBDC, and our businesses will suffer. So I would ask that we go ahead and delete that amendment, and that we work with the Shop Small website to address our concerns so that all of our Wyoming vendors and Wyoming made products have equal access to the market. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood. Representative Washut, first time on the amendment.
You might remember yesterday when we talked about this, there was no comment that these entities directly funded this particular webpage, but they contribute to this program that discriminates against our gun industry, our firearms industry. And we are simply asking through this amendment, which we passed overwhelmingly yesterday, that these entities use their influence with this organization, because they do fund that organization in a variety of ways, that they use their influence to change this practice of discriminating against our firearms industry. Wholly appropriate. Stand by your vote yesterday. Vote no on the amendment.
Just for clarification, we did second reading on Wednesday. Because I know it feels like yesterday, but it was Wednesday. All right. Chairman Zwanitzer, first time on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Strongly in favor of the amendment. When you read the language from second reading, right, it says shall only be effective upon certification, et cetera, that any payment processor utilized by the Shop Wyoming program is compliant. So you're giving the university and the Business Council a choice, right? Do you try to force a federal entity to do your bidding, or do you just do away with the program when $250,000 of your budget's at stake? I would strongly submit to you, and you could probably go ask either of these entities what they're going to do. They're just going to scrap the program. They're going to say, we don't do any real funding. They're providing a community service from the Small Business Administration to have Wyoming producers be able to market their products online, right? And so I would tell them, if I'm you and $250,000 of your budget's up for grabs, you just do away with the program. They're providing a benefit right now above and beyond to our Wyoming producers, and it's going to be pretty darn hard for the Business Council to say, hey, every other small Wyoming business, we're sorry, we had this little problem regarding a payment processor at the federal level when it came to guns, and so all of a sudden, you're all going to have to go on one of those other kind of fun, creative, internet-based shopping programs, because we're just going to do away with this program. Now, if it was $10,000, $25,000, maybe, but you get to $250,000 of a $40 million agency budget, and they don't have any real option to force a federal payment processor, they're just going to do away with it and save $250,000 of the budget. And you're going to hurt every other small Wyoming producer trying to sell their goods on the internet through this small business administration interface. So I'd strongly ask you to approve this budget amendment. Try to save all of the other, small producers who are trying to use the Shop Wyoming program that were just caught in the middle of this fight. And I think if just more conversation had been had between the bringers of the amendment and the Business Council and UW, we could have resolved this without, holding their budget hostage. It's just not a great way to do business between the legislative and executive branch. So we can solve the problem today by voting aye.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to urge a no vote on the amendment. It's publicly disclosed that SBDC appreciates ongoing support from the SBA and the Wyoming Business Council and the university. I mean, the big question is what does this program or why does this program have a problem with firearms and the firearm industry? I imagine the program wants to reach the largest audience possible to reach potential consumers. And more importantly, they use the name of our great state, Wyoming. What are we known for? What is our reputation? What do we stand for? We know that Wyoming's home to some very, very talented firearm manufacturers and home to amazing firearm accessory manufacturers. There's some great talent in this state. Quit discriminating against them. They're not exempt from the law. No on the amendment.
Representative Banks, first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would urge an aye vote on the amendment. The $250,000 that we're talking about comes directly from the Wyoming Business Council budget, who has absolutely nothing to do with the Shop Wyoming website. Those are two entirely different agencies. I would also like to point out the Wyoming Business Council supports the arms industry tremendously. One of the manufacturers in the community in question, they helped provide grants for that. They helped recruit that manufacturer to our state. And so let's not besmirch their reputation because of that. But the two agencies have nothing to do with each other.
Thank you. Chairman Burkhart, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really wasn't going to say anything on this, but I think I need to. I didn't really care a lot for the original amendment that this one goes back and deletes, but you get to a point where frustration takes over. When you have someone who's getting state funds along with other funds who tells you, we really don't care. I have the emails. We don't care what you want. We're going to do what we want because we want to do it. You can't sell a firearm through our program because our credit card processor doesn't deal in that. It's a real simple fix. Just add another credit card processor, but the answer has been steadfastly, no, we're going to do what we want to do, and we don't care about you, the state, the legislature, or anybody else. And they've steadfastly refused to come to the table and discuss it. Sometimes you need to do something to get people's attention, and I would say this does it, even though it isn't a way I would have done it. I think we need to protect all of our businesses, because if it's guns today, maybe it's quilts tomorrow, or glass manufacturers the day after that. So, and I've been there. I think all of you remember that when we had that original bill, I've been the victim of some of this discrimination because I have a gun business. So, on and strongly opposed to the amendment.
Representative Wharf, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand in opposition to this. I think it's reprehensible to me that we have one state entity that thinks it's above the law, and I think it's very clear we need to follow the statutes that this body's crafted. And I do think that we need to defeat this. We need to hold their feet to the fire and support the industries in this state. Thank you.
Representative Yen, first time. Members, if you'd like to speak first time, please rise to a microphone. Representative Yen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I think an analogy would probably be appropriate here. What was asked in the second reading amendment was, okay, my neighbor isn't mowing their lawn. It's really too high. It's really messy. I disagree with it. I'm very frustrated with my neighbor. So I'm going to get my other neighbor rob my other neighbor unless they get the other neighbor to mow their lawn. That's what we're saying. These are two different entities. We're trying to extort one entity to extort the third entity to do what we want, because we can't extort the one that's doing what we want directly. So we're trying to do it indirectly. But what's going to happen is, all that's going to happen is we're just going to hurt our neighbor instead of the one that we're actually frustrated against. And that's frankly not good policy. I don't think we should hurt our local businesses just because we're mad at an entity that we can't touch directly. So I would ask you to vote aye on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other members first time? First time. Representative Walters, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of this amendment. In second reading amendment number 52, we reduce or hold hostage 250,000 from agency 67, 250,000 from agency 85, which those two agencies then match that with the federal side for another 250,000. So what we're doing in amendment number 52 is we are putting $750,000 of small business training at risk. Small business training for every type of business, not just firearms, but quilters and everyone else in between when we take this kind of action. I think these agencies have witnessed the message, get the picture that they probably ought to get off their backsides and get to work and change this factor. But by putting all of this money at risk, it is really, really damaging to all small businesses in the state of Wyoming. And that's what we're doing here, is damaging all small businesses. This is training funds. And so I encourage you to vote aye on this amendment.
Any other member first time? Representative Romero Martinez, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge a no vote, and the reason why, being born in this fine state and having interactions with this council that works with businesses, in boardroom meetings with meaningful content, agendas that have been vetted by the International Trade Organization of Hispanics, of which organization I cannot mention, but you get the idea. It's online, Google it if you want to find out. And you sit down and you talk to these business organizations for training dollars. They cherry pick worse than anybody. They're the worst cherry pickers ever. And people want to sound like they're so pro-business, but in my opinion, or one might want to act like they're most pro-business, but I can go back and rehash my notes. In our state organization, which is now not there, you're looking at a state and an organization that gets state funding, where when you talk to them about training dollars and collaborations and strategic alliances, they only support their good old boys. So I'm going to push back as strongly as possible. And I'm not vetting for a vote. I'm being honest, real, and my testimony goes all the way up to DC. No.
Thank you, members. Any other member first time? First time. Representative Larson on the amendment. Representative Larson, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a no vote on this. And if you remember the first amendment that was brought, number 52, 2 days ago, it says this deduction and appropriation shall only be effective upon certification by the Attorney General to the state auditor that any payment processor utilized by Shop Wyoming program is compliant with this. So there's going to be a verification that the shop or the web page can be used by our gun manufacturers to sell guns. We need to say no on this amendment.
Any other members first time? First time. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One part of the discussion in committee last year when we heard the bill that goes along with this concern is that we can't control the creditors, and the creditors fall under, I believe, the federal regulation. So we can't tell a creditor that what they can and cannot do regarding the risk assessment of gun manufacturers. And so what that does is puts banks and other folks in awkward positions because they go through those creditors. So this just is not going to do anything about that creditor issue, especially because we have many creditors federally that don't do this. So we might tell these folks, okay, you got to just go find a different creditor, but it's not that simple. Many of them are rejecting because of the forms that they use and the formula that they use to determine whether they're going to provide credit or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member first time, second time, Representative Washut, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have here is we have an organization that's ignoring our statute that we passed. And then we have two state entities boldly advertised on that same page as being supportive and supporting by funding for that operation. I don't know how we can tolerate that. And if anybody's putting funding at risk, it's this agency that refuses to make a simple addition of a parallel credit card provider that would do business with our firearms industry. And so it's a simple fix. I just think that as a body, we can't tolerate this type of action.
Chairman Zwanitzer, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it was a simple fix, they would have fixed it. And I guess I'm getting a little aggravated that we are somehow all complaining about the agency that promotes business in the state, who for the past 8 years have primarily focused on the gun industry, right? You all know it. The two or the three, the largest things we've gotten in Wyoming the past decade have been gun manufacturers. They're putting all of their energy to going to certain national conferences, which I can't name. If you go talk to our business councils in the bill, right? They're wildly working on recruiting guns, ammo, shooting sports, outdoor rec. That's what they do. That is their focus. And so I've heard from 4 of you now that, our state agency isn't doing enough for guns and firearms. And I just really want to push back on that. If you go talk to them, they've been doing a heck of a lot in this industry for the last 8 years. And I think we all know that. So it does concern me that people say this is an easy fix. I sat down with them for 20 minutes. I talked about why they haven't done this. It was asked on a conference call they did a couple weeks ago. I thought they clearly explained to certain people who've spoken against this amendment what their issues were. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so now we're going to put $250,000 on the line so they can't try to recruit more gun manufacturers. I just think that's really the wrong way to go, to pit businesses versus businesses. And I think if you talk to them, it's not as easy as them just switching over processors, getting the Small Business Administration, which oversees 50 states, to bend to Wyoming's will. I know we like to think we're the most important state in the country, and we probably are, but there's 49 other states they have to deal with, and the Business Council of Wyoming, asking them nicely, probably isn't going to sway their national payment processor. It's just not. And so why would we cut $250,000 from our university and from our business council and prevent them from doing good things for Wyoming businesses? I'm not sure the answer to that. If you talk to them, they're trying, they haven't been able to do it. They have legitimate issues in this area. They're not anti-firearm or anti-gun. It's what they've been recruiting on for 5 years, and I think they're doing a great job of that. I think we all appreciate that. And so to kind of keep saying that our state agency is not doing all they can to recruit, promote, advance Wyoming when it comes to firearms is incorrect.
Any other members? Second time to the bringer. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the conversation on the floor. Just want to address a few things. One, these again were CARES funds. This was not state of Wyoming funds used to develop this website. Two, assuming that they hate guns is misguided, misdirected. If you go to the website and you use the keyword gun, you will see that gun accessories pop up, things like holsters and rifle stock boots and things that promote the use of firearms. Third point, so say that they did somehow find a processor that would allow them to sell firearms. The likelihood that the fees on those transactions go up is huge, which means that then all of the vendors on the site lose margins, right? They lose a higher percentage of their sales. So I want to believe that there's good reason that they haven't solved this but that this very in-depth conversation that we're having right now probably will push them to solve it. But let's not make assumptions about how they feel about firearms or that industry being a viable part of our economy. Thank you, and vote aye on the amendment.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 13. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Sorry, members, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty on our Zoom platform. Next amendment is 14, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an effort to earn myself a gold star, I respectfully withdraw third reading House Amendment number 14 from House Bill number 1.
Thank you, Representative Heiner. Third reading amendment number 14 is withdrawn. Next amendment, 15. Representative Sherwood, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this request first appeared in our Economic Development Agency's budget as one of their top priorities. This allocation will increase the capacity of the agency to serve our communities, especially our very small towns, by adding a community development professional to the team. This person will work hand in hand with community members to evaluate, plan, leverage, then activate that community's development priorities. This process requires a true boots on the ground relationship and approach to meeting the unique needs of all of our communities. This focus is especially important for small towns with limited resources. For example, those who do not have an economic development professional on staff or a grant writer or a planner, etc. Currently, there is only one position in the WBC focused on community development. And during these times of economic hardship and quickly changing markets, I do not believe that one person for 99 cities and towns is enough to meet our needs. So with your aye vote, you are creating a position that will serve your constituents in our communities at the grassroots level to ensure that they have the tools they need to define and work towards their economic vitality goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, first time. Representative Simpson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I'm supportive of this agency. When I presented this agency's budget, you recall that the agency asked for 6 new staff members. The governor recommended 2, and we had added an additional one as a joint appropriations committee. So we've extended 3 new staff people to this agency to this period of time. Now, I have a challenge with the amendment, actually. Folks, here's my challenge. If you read it carefully there on line 1, we're adding $280,500 to the general fund. If you go into your budget bill, you'll find that just adding it. What's absent is a footnote that talks about what this $280,500 is to be used for. There is no discussion. We've heard the narrative from the author that she prefers to have a new full-time employee, that was the purpose. And it does match up with an additional employee in the budget book. So I'm sure that's the case. But unfortunately, the way it's written, it's $280,000, just here you go. Business council, do with what you'd like to. That's really not appropriate. I recommend that we vote no on this amendment.
Any other members first time? First time, second time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because I am new at this, when this draft came back to me from our legal team, I asked them that question 3 times. I said, are you sure I don't need a footnote? Are you sure I don't need a footnote? I've got the language ready for it. I can put it in there. And I was told no. So I apologize that was a mistake or miscommunication, but the intent, because this position and this request already showed up in the business council's budget. So it's documented in their budget request to the governor. I was told I didn't need a footnote to this request. So again, I'm learning. Thank you for your grace, but thank you also for your consideration, because yes, the business council did, is going to receive additional positions, but they're not focused at the community level, the grassroots level, that level in our communities. That change really is needed to support our small businesses, to support the movers and shakers that are just giving their heart and souls to our communities. And I ask you to consider this position as an investment in your small town, my town, and the economic vitality of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're voting on third reading, Amendment number 15, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. So members, we're going to stand at ease until 4:30. 4:30. We've been going for 3 hours on third reading, and I think it's a good place right before we get to education finance, section 205, to take a 10-minute break. So we will reconvene. We will stand at ease until 4:30. Till 4:30. House will please come to order. So members, I think we are almost 50% of the way through the amendments, very close to that. I don't know if there's a pool tonight, but based on our current rate, we'll be done about 9 o'clock. Representative Nyman, if you'd like a privilege, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, privileged floor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to give everyone an update. I just got an email from a fellow legislator in South Dakota. And just to give you an idea, the legislation that this body passed last year that I ran, House Bill 229, which was the Livestock Identification Choice Act, Marty Orwitt, out of the representative out of East River, South Dakota, emailed me today and said that that very exact same Wyoming passed legislation has just passed their House of Representatives, and they are going on to the Senate with it. So they're excited about what Wyoming did, and they're taking legislation that you folks passed, and they're working diligently to pass that exact same legislation in South Dakota as we speak. So good job, body. There's other people doing what you're doing. So.
All right, members, with that order of business of continuation, third reading of the budget, House Bill 1. Next amendment for consideration is 16, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 16 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, Wednesday, not yesterday, we debated many times whether we should increase the amount of the ECA to education, and we rejected those. We rejected them because we knew that there was $503 million coming from ARPA through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, and that many school districts have already given bonuses to their employees. So we're going to have some more of those types of amendments coming today. But here I bring you an amendment where we take what JAC reduced out of the governor's recommendation, and we go ahead and go with 0 ECA. So we're removing $9,300,000 from the ECA. I do believe that we're going to have opportunities to increase the spending model in the future, but right now we have lots of dollars going to our school districts. We've increased the amount. We passed a bill that increases the amount that they can put in reserve to use for years to come. And I do believe it's prudent and fiscally responsible for us to reduce that amount. Our oil, gas, and coal pay a great deal of the monies going into this program, our schools. And we're going to be paying on this for years to come, this $10 million if we don't approve of this amendment, because this is going to be in the block grant from here on out. We've been unable to reduce the block grant. If you recall our last supplemental budget bill, we failed to reduce the expenditure, even though we have a $115 million per year deficit in our spending. So I just ask that you would consider reducing this ECA by the remainder. And let's look at this again when we've run out of those ARPA funds that we've allowed the school districts to reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader Summers, first time on the amendment 16.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and against the amendment. So this portion of the ECA is for energy and materials. We know that we've had over a 7% inflationary rate in the U.S. right now. And we also know how the energy part has inflated as well in Wyoming. You can see it in the gas prices, fuel prices, you name it. And so we know there's going to be more expenses to that. So this is just a recognition. Remember what an ECA is. ECA was required, the process was required by the Supreme Court to ensure that we keep up with the inflationary pressures on the K-12 funding model. And certainly, I think at the very least, we need to fund energy and materials. And I would urge you to defeat this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Kenner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost like the majority floor leader saw my speech here. But seriously, please resist this. This was money that we chose to put in there to cover hard costs of energy and books and so on. And so, and this is a personal comment now, my concern would be that if we take this out of, if we don't put this in there and they have these increased energy costs, where will those have to come from? Might they come from funds that they could use in the classroom? I don't know. That's a decision that you'll have to make. But please, I would urge resistance of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the comments of the two people who have preceded me, and I would also add, I would not presume that just because school districts have received ESSER money, that takes away the need for us to give them these kind of monies to meet specific needs, because ESSER is not unlimited funding. There are a lot of requirements about how it may be spent. So the thought that just because they have received it does not mean they now have money to pay for increased energy bills and the increases in the cost of their supplies, on and against.
Other members, first time. Representative Harrelson, are you waiting to speak? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as we've been talking about the track or the line by which we're seeing the education move, I don't think that obviously we're coming here and judging the education as a whole, but we're working on a place where if we're not careful, we're going to find ourselves in a place where there's going to be major financial issues potentially. And I believe this is a small area where we can start turning back on those dials to where we actually understand the concept of living within means, because I believe that's an issue that we're seeing across the state in the education department. And so energy and maintenance, I understand that that's where this is at, but there is at this point, it's a flush system due to the federal funds that have poured in. So I believe this is a way that we can start moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Other members, first time. Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a really good discussion yesterday about the ECA, and I don't want to go over that one. What I want to give you guys is a real world example of how this ECA goes into play. So this community is growing, and we also have a community up in the northwestern part of the state that has been growing. And when you grow, you have to build new schools. And when you build a new school, you don't automatically get compensated for electric bills, for gas bills, for any of those types of things that go into building these new schools. What they do is they say, hey, look, we're going to take all your properties across the entire district, we're going to average them out, and we're going to give you a set amount of your average of what all those schools are, and that's what you're going to get paid for, what they call a proxy on that school, okay? So in this community, we've built 4, maybe 5 schools, I'm trying to remember exactly the count, since the last ECA for these materials was put in, okay? So during that time frame, they're getting paid a proxy. And that proxy, let's just use round numbers here, is $1, okay? $1 per square foot. And then what happens is they get that school bill that comes in, or that heating bill that comes in, and it's $2.50. Well, until we do an external cost adjustment, which is exactly what we're doing with this, until that happens, this school district and the one up in the northwestern part of the state is paying that extra $1.50 per square foot because they built a new school to accommodate their children. All this ECA is trying to do, and for, in my opinion, we should be doing more, but all this ECA is trying to do is level that back out. This community right here, and I spoke on this last year when we tried to do an ECA. This community right here has to come out of their own pocket $1.5 million a year to pay for the new schools that were built in this community. $1.5 million that's not in that model. That's coming out of teachers, that's coming out of salaries, that's coming out of paras, that's coming out of transportation, it's coming out of food. It doesn't matter, it's coming out of their own pocket to cover that difference, that gap. That's what this ECA is doing. This ECA was recommended, again, need I remind you, to be nearly twice as big to cover some additional stuff. And the Joint Appropriations Committee said no. So now you want to go back and you want to tell your school board, you want to tell your teachers, and you want to tell your constituents that you want to cut more money from education. Well, maybe you're not cutting. An increase in spending is not necessarily a cut, right? Until you build a new school. Then it is. Because now your community is actually having to dig out of their own pocket to cover the costs of what that energy is. I just looked up gas prices today and oil prices today. That $1.5 million was when we were down in that $60 and $70 range for a barrel of oil, and down in the $250 range for an MCF of gas. We're at nearly $5 an MCF now. So that $1.5 million is probably going to be a little bit closer to $2.5 to maybe even $3 million that this community now has to figure out where that money's going to come from on a yearly basis. So I'm going to ask you to very, very seriously urge you to vote no on this particular amendment. This is not about whether or not you like the model. This is not about whether or not you think our public education system needs to be fixed. This is about making what's right, the hard costs of doing education. We debated the teachers' raises yesterday. I'm not here to debate that. These are hard costs, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're actually debating here. Please, please resist this amendment.
Thank you. Any member first time? Additional members first time, first time, first time. Seeing none. Second time, second time, second time to the sponsor, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really appreciate the debate. Want to address each thing as quickly as I can here. The majority floor leader brought up the argument that was used throughout the attacks on this particular amendment, and that's inflation. We have to deal with inflation. Well, who is it that's creating the inflation? I think most of the people in here know exactly who that is. It's the administration. They're printing dollars as fast as they can. That's where these ARPA monies are coming from. So we've got $503 million to deal with these issues. We're asking to draw back $9,300,000, okay? The inflation is being caused, and for that matter, oil and gas prices are based on their energy policies. So let's keep that in mind. We're just going to use those very dollars that they send us to make up for those extra expenses. So it was mentioned by several of the speakers that there's many requirements on these ESSR dollars. But we've already seen that these districts can use them in many ways that they're already spending money on. What do? We send a block grant. Those districts do not have to follow the model. They can spend that money however they see fit. So now they've got an influx of great deal of dollars, $503 million. If we draw back this $9,300,000 that we're going to be paying every year for perpetuity, they will be able to cover that in another place because they can move the dollars around. We see them do it every year. We were given some real-world examples from the good member from House District number 9. He mentioned new schools. If we're building new schools and the cost that they are appropriated for their energy costs is not overestimated because we have new schools that should be more efficient, then we're building the wrong schools. They should be receiving an efficiency from having a brand new school. We do the block grant based on the number of students. Those new schools are built based on the number of students. I don't believe that's an issue. It was also mentioned transportation is a cost that might be affected. Ladies and gentlemen, we reimburse transportation at 100%. That's another debate we need to have. It's not necessarily germane to this particular issue, but 100%. So no matter what the district spends on transportation, They send a bill, and we write a check. The debate that needs to be had there is, how on earth do we expect to have any kind of efficiency? There's no motivation to spend that money wisely. So with that, I ask for your aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 16, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Next amendment, 35, Representative Stith. Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw Amendment 35.
So members, for the public, the microphone quit working and the good bringer of the amendment has withdrawn third reading amendment number 35. It is withdrawn. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 36 to House Bill 1, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Friends, it's an interesting amendment to hear after the last one. The last one was attempting to strip a portion of the ECA for utilities and supplies that was already put in the budget. What this one does is it puts in the recommended ECA for staff. And to be honest, we had a great debate on that yesterday. And what this amendment does is listen to a portion of that debate and includes the money for the ECA. Right? It includes the money for the ECA and has it distributed as if the ECA was passed yesterday. But what it has in it, and you'll see on page 2, that it obligates that the funds be used for salaries. What I heard from many of you coming to the mic was, I'd be in favor of this if I knew it was going to salaries. But I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that it's going for other things. I'm hearing X, Y, and Z. Okay? They don't get the money. They don't get the money unless it goes directly to salaries, and they need to report on it. So I don't want to go over the whole debate from yesterday. Again, it was a great one. But again, what this does is the same as yesterday, but puts in that obligation and a reporting requirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any member for their first time? First time, first time, second time, second time. Madam Minority Floor Leader. So members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 36. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
No.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kinner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer, Mr. Speaker, Duncan. Excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 18 aye, 39 no, 3 excused.
Third reading 36 has not been adopted. Next is third reading 37. There is a corrected copy, so if you're using a physical copy, make sure you have it, it says corrected on the top, and if you are not using a corrected copy and don't have it on your, refresh your screen. It should be a corrected copy of third reading amendment number 37.
Thank you.
Please, I'm just going to read out the order real quick, Representative. So, ladies and gentlemen, with 36, 37, and then 17, and then 34. Your order may be a little different that, it may have flipped 17 and 34, but it'll be 36, the current amendment, 37, 17, and then 34.
We on 36?
Representative Gray, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are we on 36 or 37? Oh, okay, good.
37, my
Thank you.
apologies. With 37, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 37 to House Bill 1.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point?
I'd like to call Rules Committee on constitutionality of this amendment, please.
Rules Committee? Do you want a Rules Committee? You want to make a ruling?
Rules Committee, please.
House will stand at ease. Test one. All right, members. We are, Rules Committee is met. I think there were several, I don't know if the motion was whether it's germane or constitutional. I'm going to rule that it is not germane to the budget. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I object to that.
So there's an objection, discussion on the objection to the chair's ruling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've been in this body for 6 years, and one of the things that disappoints me a little bit is when a ruling is made and then everything afterwards is somehow compared to it in a way that is sort of a straw man. And I think to compare the Medicaid expansion vote now to the last amendment as well, but we'll keep it to this amendment, is not a correct way to consider this. I mean, if this is not germane, there are 20 to 30 programs in this budget that are totally inappropriate, and the entire budget's unconstitutional. And there are matching programs after matching programs that interact with private funds in this budget. There's 20 to 30, just like there's conditions on appropriations on the last amendment, that there's 30 or 40 of those footnotes in this budget. So to compare it to the situation earlier, I just think is not correct. And there are matching programs just like this one, just littered throughout this budget with higher amounts. There's distributions into trust funds in the millions of dollars that contain interactions with matching funds as well. So to say that this is unconstitutional means that the entire budget is unconstitutional. It's a very different situation from creating a new program of high public interest that is going to be extended permanently because of the way that it works. People get used to the program. It's going to be extended permanently. That's the way it's going to be. To put that in the budget is inappropriate. And our rules have a certain level of discretion. So when you think about a $300 million, $400 million program that is going to set up to be extended permanently, it's very different from a $600,000 program that interacts with matching funds. So I'd ask you to sustain the objection, and we move forward with the amendment. Thank you.
Any other members first time? Representative Summers, first time on the objection to the ruling.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On the objection, I oppose the objection. You know, when I first started 10 years ago, we did legislate in the budget. And then over time, and we also had really probably multiple bills in the budget, multiple budget bills. We had the appropriation for local governments. We've tried to separate all of that over time. We come with different bills. A CapCon bill, it always used to be in the budget. Now we separate it out. And likewise, the reports. So now we come with a report bill to try to be more constitutional. So we've moved away from this legislating in the budget because it's unconstitutional. We recognized it was unconstitutional. And I think this is unconstitutional. So on and against the objection.
Any other members first time? First time, second time to the sponsor? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, that comment, it really didn't respond to my point, which is there are provisions like this all through the budget. There is the provision of preventing somebody from hiring a person in their own staff and creating that procedure. Why isn't that in a bill? Creating a whole new principle, which is someone can't hire a position on their own staff. There are reports in the budget. We actually passed one in second reading. There are conditions on appropriations in the budget. The issue with the Medicaid expansion amendment was not legislating in the budget. It crossed a line, which our rules allow for that discretion. It's way too big of a change to put in the budget. That was the issue. It wasn't the general appropriations concept. It was just too far, and it was a discretionary decision. This is something that is scattered throughout our budget. It's probably over 50 times. There's conditions on appropriations, there's reports, there's matching programs that interact with private funds. And we can't just pick and choose and say, hey, in fact, there was an amendment 2 times ago, the one on the gun issue, that via this extension could have had this same ruling, although I wouldn't agreed with that. Probably a quarter of these amendments could have this ruling if we're gonna do this level of, if we're gonna have this kind of extension to a rule on these amendments. So we can't pick and choose. The Medicaid expansion was totally different. It was just outside the bounds. It crossed the line in terms of what should go in the budget, because it's just a big public policy choice. It's a big public policy discussion. Anyway, please vote aye on extending the objection, and let's be consistent. If this is not allowed, then the whole thing's unconstitutional, and we'll be taking a vote later on the final passage of the bill. So thank you.
So members, we're voting on the objection to the chair's ruling. If you vote aye, you agree that this bill or this amendment can continue to be heard. If you vote no, you sustain the chair's ruling, and this amendment will be withdrawn. So Chief Clerk, again, our members, it is aye, we continue with this amendment. No, you agree with the ruling of the chair. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kinner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
No.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stibar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 19 aye, 38 no, 3 excused.
Representative Gay, would you please withdraw the amendment?
I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you. Third reading amendment number 37 is withdrawn. Next amendment is 17. Representative Nyman. Following that will be 34. Representative Nyman, amendment third reading number 17. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move House Amendment number 17 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what I'm looking at doing here, you have the amendment before you. What we're looking at is we've got the Wyoming Education Trust Fund, and that corpus will stay there, but they draw and they swipe that off, and they allow the school districts to be able to use those funds. The $600,000 is what we're talking about. Those $600,000 can be provided to the school district for grants to be able to do innovative curriculum, different things like that. And in the past couple of years, there's only been 12 districts out of 48 that have been using these funds to do those kinds of things. And so here's what my consideration is. You've heard all day about the fact that our school foundation program is struggling right now. We're trying to figure out ways to put money in that. I'm not talking about taking money from education. What I'm asking you to consider is, right now, with that $503 million, school districts are able, if they would so to choose, to be able to do some of those different innovative programs if they would want to do that. The funds would allow them to do that. My ask on this is, would we be willing, or would you be willing, to slide those funds, instead of that $600,000 for the next 2 years, put it into the school foundation program? And have it over there where we can put that and help to lower that amount that we're being pressed on the taxpayers to be able to come up with, so it's still in education. It's just simply allowing that money to be able to go over there instead of being handed out in grants for 2 years while the schools have also got this injection of this money. So it is actually a true cost savings. What we're doing is we're reducing the amount that would be having to be drawn on the budget to fill an already lagging foundation program. And it would allow the school districts, if they so choose, to be able to go out and do that. And I actually talked to my school district. They were one of the 12 that had asked and gotten some of that money. And I talked to the business manager, and she said that if you were going to do it, now would be a good time to be able to do it, because we do have funds. If we would want to invest those funds in those kind of programs, we could do that. So what I'm asking you to do is just please consider moving those funds over in the school foundation program. Let's shore that up a little bit. I know $600,000 in the greater scheme of some of the figures we've seen today is not a lot, but from my part of the country, $600,000 is a lot of money. And I've always grown up with the idea that if you mind the nickels, the dollars will take care of themselves. So I would appreciate your favorable consideration. I'll ask Dan for any questions if I can answer them.
Thank you. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions because I'm not completely sure, but I had similar questions as we've gone through the department's budget. There were specific little programs, if you will, similar to this that are out there, and I've asked who and what and why certain, particularly why perhaps some underserved populations up in my part of the world weren't served. And what I found out is the Department of Education has a number of these that really allow school districts to come and apply for grants that then allow them to implement or create some innovative programs. And so my question is if we move this money, that will take that funding stream out to allow them to do that and then distribute it over. You're not taking it out of education, you're just spreading it across the whole piece of bread there, if you will. And so it's going to take that, maybe that opportunity there to focus in on some stuff. And that's certainly a policy decision here. My second question is does this change statutes in the Green Book?
Any other members, first time? Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You know, the merits of what we should do with this program, I think, are worth debating. But it looks to me like this is amending the Green Books. This is going in and changing statute in the budget. And I don't think that's necessarily appropriate. I think it is would be a really interesting topic for education to take up. What is the value of this program anymore? Should we have it? Should we save those dollars? I think that's worthy of that. But this goes in and, you know, going to that constitutionality issue, this goes in and changes the Green Books in the budget bill.
Any other members, first time? First time. First time. First time, second time. Second time to the bringer, Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the questions. As far as the first questioner there, first representative, that was kind of the attitude that I had with it when I looked at this, is the fact that we've only got 12 districts that are currently benefiting from this. What my suggestion is, and we'll be doing this would allow this go into the school foundation that would be able to have an investment into all of the different districts across the state. They would all benefit from this, where we aren't right now. As far as the Constitution or the Green Book or the statute change, I'm not going to pull your leg. I don't know. I would love to be able to answer that, but I'm not deep enough in this to really understand. I guess my thought in this was, right now is a perfect time with that monies that have come to the districts to be able to offer those programs. And as I look at this list of these different districts that have benefited from this program, 12 is pretty small out of 48. And so my thought was, instead of taking it from education, it is a true savings in this manner, that we're not having to put out those dollars to fill that increasing backfill that we need to put into our school foundation account. And so right now, this would be an opportunity to maybe put some of those dollars back in where everybody could benefit from it better now than any time. And this would end in 2 years. And so we can go back, reevaluate, it'll disappear. But that was my thinking on this. I would appreciate your favorable consideration and look forward to the vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. We're voting on third reading amendment number 17, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew? Baker excused. Banks? Bear? Blackburn excused. Brown? Burkhart? Burt? Clausen? Connolly? Crago? Duncan? Excused. Eklund? Air? Flitner? Fortner? Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kinner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
No.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
No.
Simpson. Summers. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. Fortner, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 30 aye, 27 no, 3 excused.
Third reading number 17 has been adopted. Number 34, Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw Amendment 34.
Members, third reading amendment number 34 has been withdrawn. Next is third reading number 18, Majority Floor Leader Summers. Members, we're on third reading amendment number 18, House Bill 1, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I'm going to kind of tell you what the budget does, what this does, and what a different amendment already is done. So what the Good Appropriations Committee did, JAC, was they put $75 million into the corpus of the Permanent Mental Trust Fund and into the Common School Land Account. And then the good former speaker, in second reading amendment number 33, what he did is he said instead of that going into the corpus, that $75 million is going to go into the reserve accounts. So instead of going into the corpus, it goes into the reserve accounts. So the challenge with his amendment for me, until he gets to a different fix, is the Common School Land Account, when you put $75 million in it, will trip into the permanent account. I want to keep these liquid in the reserve account. And so you really have two choices. You can go down this path and we can look at that next amendment by the former speaker that he's going to increase that tip amount. Or you can go down this road of my amendment, which takes all of that 150 and puts it in the reserve account of the Permanent Mental Trust Fund. And the Permanent Mental Trust Fund has plenty of room in excess of this to not tip. So it's not even going to be close to the tip with 150 million in it. So this would make sure that none of this money goes into the permanent account, but it is still in the reserve account, still is saved, but it's more liquid. If we had that need at some time in the future, we could pull it out. It also allows our spending policy to work better. So both amendments would allow that spending policy to work better and for longer years. So like I said, there's two different ways to do it. Mine puts it all in the Permanent Mental Trust Fund reserve account where there's plenty of room. The current way that after the amendment of the good former speaker is that the Common School Land Account has too much money in it and it would trip. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage your aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Bound, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Ladies and gentlemen, I actually really appreciate this discussion. This is a really, really important discussion because what we're talking about, and I think the former speakers brought it up, you're either paying for today or paying for tomorrow, right? And to me, what I really want to make sure we look at here is if we say that we're going to take this $150 million and we're going to put it into something that's more liquid so we can use it the next time, I want to come back to this body and actually use it. I want to protect those programs that are on the chopping block. That's what I want to make sure we're looking at doing. Because if we're going to come in here and let's say we have a deficit of $150 million because oil drops or coal drops or whatever the case may be, and we have to cut $150 million. Well, if we have a reserve account that's holding $150 million, we should be using it. Otherwise, we should put this into savings and earn some interest, and we can offset that $150 million by, let's say, I don't know, $7-8 million. We can offset that. But if we're going to just put money into another savings account to come back here and fight it out again, that, well, yeah, we have money in savings and that's what it's there for, is for a rainy day. And we just want to make sure that we're going to be safe and we don't have to worry about pulling money out of our savings account. We need to learn to live within our means. Well, then what's the point? We've got reserve accounts upon reserve accounts upon reserve accounts. And that's what they're supposed to be used for. So this really is truly a policy decision. I don't even know where I'm going to be at on this particular amendment because I see the value of keeping it more liquid. I do. But I also see the value of putting things into a permanent corpus that will grow value, and we will see that value protect us in the future. So I really want to make sure that we all understand what we're doing with this. This is a big policy decision by this body of what we want to do with this $150 million. This is real money, folks. So I hope we have some good discussion on this because honestly, at this point, I'm not completely sold either way. And I'd really, really like some good discussion on this. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to divide this amendment. And what I would do is lines 1 through 6 and lines 8 to the bottom of the page, 8 through 12 would be Division 1, and line 7 would be Division 2.
All right, so I just got the bill and I'm going to take a quick look at this to ensure I understand the divisibility. Okay, members, it is divisible. Representative, what division would you like to proceed with?
Mr. Speaker, if we could, let's proceed with Division number 2, which is line 7 first.
So members, we are beginning with Division 2, it's line number 7 of the amendment. It's page 101 on the bill, like the amendment says, line 15. Please proceed. We'll return to first time on the order. So Representative Walters, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this will do is this will insert the language reserve account at the end of that sentence. And what we're doing then is we're saying we're going to put this 75 million. We're not talking about the other changes in this amendment, but it currently reads it would be 75 million to the PMTF reserve account. And so I just think that's an appropriate place for the reserve account and would encourage an aye vote to insert the language reserve account in this situation.
Any members first time on the Division 2? Division 2, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I support that because that's what my amendment does. But I do have a question. My amendment doesn't change, doesn't go in and alter the amendment of the good former speakers. So it doesn't say that it amends that. So I am not sure that, I kind of wonder whether my amendment does anything because I'm not sure it's actually sitting there and mine's not further amending the former speaker's amendment. So just food for thought as we move forward about whether, how that's actually a functioning amendment now.
So we're just going to stand at ease. The majority floater brought up a question about whether this actually works based on the previous amendment. That would be a new wrinkle in a world of wrinkles. So members, we'll just stand at ease for a few moments. Stand at ease till the sound of the gavel. Okay, members, we're going to continue on Division 2. We're going to continue on Division 2. Any further discussion? First, I only have Representative Walters, but I think Representative Summers had gone. So any other members for their first time on Division 2? First time, Division 2. Come back to order. Any other members first time, Division 2? Division 2. Division 1, or Division 2. Second time, Representative Summers, second time?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think these two do work together with the one that's passed, but in the end, I think I'm just going to vote no on all of them.
Thank you. Any other, Representative Walters, second time on the amendment?
Thank you,
Division
Mr.
2?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on the wise counsel of the previous individual at the microphone, I think we should vote no on both of these divisions. So please vote no.
All right, members, we're voting on Division 2. Division 2. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Thank you. We're back on Division 1. Any discussion on Division 1? Discussion on Division 1. Seeing none. All those in favor of Division 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Division 1 and Division 2 have not been adopted. Third reading of number 18 has not been adopted. Next amendment is 29. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 29 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Friends, we are in the exact same section of the budget that was just discussed.
Point of order.
Representative Larson or Representative Stiver, what's your point?
Point of order. This amendment's unconstitutional. I'd like to call Rules Committee.
Rules Committee, let's gather to the front. House will please come to order. So again, members of the public and members in the chamber, the Rules Committee were called regarding, while the question may have been constitutionality, I think it was in Rules Committee, was adjusted to germaneness. The Rules Committee did make some recommendation. I'm going to rule that it is germane, So unless there's an objection, we'll continue with the amendment. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, we'll go back to a couple of minutes ago. And I began by saying we're talking about, honestly, the same page and the same lines as the good majority speaker's amendment previously, where he was talking about $150 million that was being moved to two accounts, right? The Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund, as well as the Common School Permanent Land Fund. He also mentioned that the good former speaker would bring another amendment. So we're talking about the same $150 million. And the reason being in part because we know that we have that money that's available to us without negatively impacting our budget or how those permanent funds will be growing. We know that those funds are growing, and they're growing at an enormous rate. So what I'm doing with this amendment right here is I'm giving you another option. All right, I'm giving you another option with that same money. So I'm not talking about new money, but that same money that you see on page 101, lines 13 through 15, and taking that money and putting it into a new fund, and a new fund for early childhood education. We have an opportunity to do here what we've wanted to do for years. We want to support high-quality early childhood opportunities in our communities. We're one of only 6 states without support for early childhood education for all children. We know the benefits of early childhood ed. Numerous studies have shown 9 different outcomes that we are confident that we would see. That early childhood education would mean less special education, less spending on extra help services, kids who are less likely to need to repeat a grade, less likely to need child welfare services, less likely to engage in criminal activity as juveniles and adults, less likely to need social welfare support services as adults, have higher incomes when they enter the labor force. They pay higher taxes as a result of their higher incomes and are likely to have employer-provided health insurance. So you might ask me, how do we know this, right? And we know it because, in part, we had the consultants for the recalibration study in 2020 kind of look at early childhood education, right? The results are uncontroverted. Early childhood education helps. So you might then ask, well, why didn't we do it, right? Why didn't we do it? And the answer, honestly, is somewhat simple. It's about money, right? It's about money. And we've all heard about those Campbell decisions regarding school finance. And one of the elements in there was the question, are we obligated as a state to pay for pre-K? And the answer is no. All right, the answer is no. We're not obligated to do it. So even though we know that early childhood education is an enormous benefit, we haven't done it because we haven't had the money. We've done some things along the margins, that's for sure. We have tapped into federal money for kids with developmental disabilities. We have directed CPS money, right, via TANF, right, for some early child. Oops, I'm sorry.
My apologies, Madam Minority Floor Leader. There's a lot of conversations on the floor. We're on third reading on the budget bill. Members, if you need to have a conversation, please take it off the floor. Madam Minority Floor Leader, my apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you. I thought I was saying things that I shouldn't say. But this is really important, that we have tried at the edges, right, to support early childhood in our communities. We even had a budget amendment several years ago that set up kind of community-based partnerships. Those were great. Many of you had them in your communities. I think we had $7 million, right? But they went away. And they went away because we didn't have the money. Right now, we have the money, right? We can do it by setting up this account. You see in there that there's no policy. That policy will be left to us. That policy will be left to us. We get to do the work that we've wanted to do for the past decade because we now have the account, right? We have the funds to do it. We don't spend a penny from it until we decide through statute. So with that, I'd like to have you kind of really think about what you want to do with this $150 million that we have kind of talked about in those 3 to 5 lines on page 101, because this is an opportunity that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Other members, first time on the amendment. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this, and for a simple reason. Although it's being stated that we're not setting any policy, we really truly are trying to set policy by naming this account. Because the second we name this account, that it becomes for that specific purpose. Now, if we move this $150 million into account for slush fund, it'd be a different story. But even though we're saying we're not going to set any policy, the next time that somebody tries to come into this amendment and looks at this budget maybe next year, and we come back in here and we look at this and we say, well, let's take the $150 million out of the early childhood education budget. Oh man. We'll have fun with that one in the newspapers explaining why we rated the early childhood education budget. So although we're not setting policy, we're setting policy. So I really want to make sure we're careful with that. And I voted when the Rules Committee was up there. I think this is germane. I do think we're good here. But I really want to make sure that we're comfortable understanding, and I would have been much more supportive of something and having this discussion on the merits of, again, permanent or non-permanent funds. But really what we're doing right now is deciding whether or not we want to set this legislature up next year to have a debate on whether or not we're going to fund pre-K out of this account. That's really what we're doing. So I would urge a no vote simply based on the fact that we're naming this account something that we really don't have any direction on yet. Let's have the discussion on what we want to do with this $150 million on the merits of permanent or non-permanent savings. Let's not do it based on whether or not we want to set policy in this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Other members, first time, second time to the sponsor. Madam Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And friends, again, it's our choice. It's our choice what we want to do with that money, right? Again, we're not adding to the general fund. We're not taking away from the general fund, all right? The money will be out there. It will be up to your Joint Education Committee. It will be up to this body in order how to expend it. We have studied this for a decade. We honestly know what to do. We will establish private-public partnerships in each of your communities. We know they work. We also know that one size doesn't fit all, right? But what we haven't been able to do is sustain them. This will give us the opportunity to set them up, right? To set them up and to look to the future. I ask for your aye vote.
Members, we're voting on third reading, amendment number 29, corrected copy, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is not adopted. Third reading number 24, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading number 24 and ask everyone's favorable agreement. I think this is hopefully the one we've all been waiting for that makes us all happy. Again, for the last half an hour, we've had this conversation on what we do for both the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Account Fund and whether they should be taken from the general fund and deposited immediately. What my amendment does is just they get transported over, deposited at the very end of the biennium. So what that really does is hold this money for the next year to try to decide if mineral revenues stay up, if our budget's still looking good, instead of parking them in tip funds or in a separate childhood education fund or whatever we want to call that. It just leaves the money in the budget for us to talk about next year. If it's still a good idea to deposit it, it'll happen automatically at the end of the biennium. If there's something else we need to move it to at that point, it leaves the money on the table. I would ask for your favorable consent.
Thank you. Representative Stith, first time on the amendment 24.
Mr. Speaker, I would request a no vote on this. The reason it's effective immediately is because if you look at the goldenrod, page 3, line 32, it's showing that we're going to, if we don't do this, we'll be sweeping, and this is as of a few days ago, $320 million on June 30th of 2022. So if we adopt this amendment, the money just sits there and doesn't earn the same interest that it can earn if it's in the LSRA. So it's sweeping it into the funds, not the LSRA, excuse me. So if we sweep the money into the permanent funds earlier, they get invested earlier and you make a better return on your money. So there's no reason to leave the money sitting, not earning interest for us.
Any other member first time, second time to the, first time, sorry, Representative Brown, my apologies.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really should be quicker. I'm just curious, based on that last comment, although we've adjusted that the LISRA can actually make some level of investment income right now, I believe it's fairly negligible. So I'm wondering, that again, we're back to the same debate. Do we want to put permanent or leave it there? And I'm tending to agree with the bringer of this amendment that this is actually a pretty good compromise. It's keeping it out of the budget. We can have a discussion next year if we really want to, if this money's actually still sitting there, all those types of things. So I'm not so sure that the idea of being effective immediately and sweeping it into the permanent accounts is really the argument I want to make, because if we sweep it into the LISRA, you're still only earning negligible amount of interest. So vote aye.
Any other member first time, my apologies, first time, second time to the sponsor, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at your goldenrod on page 1, line 17 about the general fund, you'll see that it's a 0. And trust me, it will remain a 0 no matter what you do with this amendment. I have no expectation that you're going to have $75 million just sitting in the general fund if we were to pass this amendment. That's not quite how our appropriations committee or our conference committees work. What this does is hopefully allow some flexibility. I'm sure this money will end up being parked somewhere that's not sitting in the general fund out there through the conference committee. They will find a nice home for it and keep it liquid, which is, I think, what we all wanted this morning after our committee of the whole on if we're going to move to a cash-based budget system. It would be really nice to keep at least $75 million, if not this whole amount, in a liquid form for the next year, as I'm optimistic that bill may go through. We're turning it into an interim study. And if that's really the direction of this body, to start a cash-based budget system in the future, I would argue we should be as liquid as possible over the next year to provide the maximum amount of flexibility to take that step. So I don't think there's any downside to this amendment. I think it keeps us liquid, it keeps funds fluid, and if it all goes to heck and we can't agree on what to do at the end of the next, at the end of the biennium, it will still tip just like it asked for now. It just doesn't have to happen immediately upon the governor's signature.
Thank you, members. We're voting on third reading amendment number 24. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment is not adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. All those opposed? Please stand. This is probably a one individual vote. The amendment has not been adopted. 2527. Next amendment is third reading 19. Chairman Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 19 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I do believe this is germane because I'm taking a general fund appropriation and asking to put it into an existing account for an ongoing program. So I'm pretty sure I got this one. But anyway, most of you probably not as aware of it as I am. But you know, we had changes in the water rules back in 2007, I believe it was. And so we did a study on all the landfills in the state of Wyoming because we came under a different set of regulations. And a lot of work went in just about the time I was coming into the legislature. And so we established two programs, landfill remediation account program, and then the cease and transfer program. I to this day, I think the cease and transfer program was almost brilliant because it really did solve a lot of these problems, and we're talking about our groundwater. So, you know, the programs came into play in 2013, and the initial estimates on this were well over $226 million to remedy the landfills around the state of Wyoming, and something that few municipalities could afford to absorb, plain and simple. We went to work with this program, and you're going to see a bill on the priority list. We keep strict control on the priority and our finger on how this program rolls out. This program has been very, very successful. Over the years, over the last 10 years, we've put $45 million into the landfill remediation account. As we sit here today, we still have, and you'll see this on the cease and transfer bill, all of the bills, the total cost is about $32 million that's left out there. Ironically, it's about $32 million for the remediation of the larger landfills around the state. Much, much less than the estimate. It's like the first time here in my experience in government that we've come in way, almost half of what we were projecting the cost to be. So a few years ago, we took the corrective action account, and while we're there to make sure that we can deal with leaky underground storage tanks and provide financial assurances for all of the gas stations around our state, we've taken these excess funds, and we are now in a process of stair-stepping and diverting those funds over to the landfill remediation account. And so as we move here in 2022, there's be $5 million a year. When we go to 2023, there's $6 million. We also take another $1 million and put it towards orphan sites within the state. These are like old dry cleaners and some things scattered around. All things to deal with groundwater, all things to do with cleaning up the environment, all things that would otherwise be abandoned. So overall, a pretty darn good program. So what we found is that the spend is slow out of this account, which is a good thing. We make sure we do it right. We make sure communities are ready to close a landfill, to cap it and to transfer it. We also know that the remediation on some of the larger landfills just takes over time. The agency that oversees this has done a very good job with it. So as we roll in, I've always kept my eye on this. We roll into this year where we do have excess funds. And I started asking the question, well, what did you do for landfills? Okay, I'm one of the few guys that asked that question. And everybody go, oh, we forgot about them. So we went to the department and I said, hey, give me a number when you look out on the horizon and what we would need, taking into account this ongoing source coming out of the corrective action account. And that number is $6 million. Now, is there a guarantee that this $6 million will fully fund this program? No, it's not a guarantee. But it almost is as close as you're going to get to solving. I mean, 10 years ago, this was a significant problem. and we've done a good job of dealing with it. And so I ask that we take 6 million out of the general fund, very upfront about it. We put it in landfill remediation account, and we work this problem and hopefully have it solved all the way into the future. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. We got the funds there to keep working on the stuff for the next few years too. But while we've got the money, I'd like to solve the problem. Thank you.
Any other member, first time? Representative Schwartz, first time on the Amendment 19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to speak in support of the country lawyer. Be the twice in one day. For 12 years, I was the garbage commissioner, so I was involved in the early years of the cease and transfer and remediation programs. They're very important, and the one thing they do essentially is protect groundwater, and I can't think of anything more important, so I will support this amendment.
Any other member? Any other member? Seeing none. Members, we are going to vote. Third reading number 19. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Requires a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll. Third reading 19.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Paxton. Excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 46 aye, 10 no, 4 excused.
Third reading amendment number 19 is adopted. Next amendment is 20. Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the hopes of becoming a trend center, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw the amendment.
Third reading amendment 20 is withdrawn. 21. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I brought the wrong people. Representative made me so excited there, I brought the wrong material.
Please
Mr.
proceed,
Speaker,
Representative Heiner.
I move third reading amendment number 21 to House Bill number 1. Members, this is not as complicated as it may read. What happened is back in 2002, we had an elementary school in the town in southern Lincoln County where the nuclear plant will hopefully be built. That did not meet seismic rules. And so they've determined 2 years ago that they would tear that building down and build an alternative high school. This legislature funded $4 million to accomplish that. So the contracts were let, and we found out just a few days ago as the contractor got ready to mobilize, he says, well, what are you going to do with the asbestos in this building that you want torn down? Now, I don't know about you, but when they say asbestos, I get a knot in my stomach. So they asked the contractor how much would it take to abate the asbestos, and it was $464,000. So that's what this is, to abate the asbestos so they can tear that building down. The question then is, why do we have it in construction? That sounds like demolition, and that's where we tried to do that. But the original appropriation back 2 years ago was for construction. The demolition of that old elementary school was part of the construction fund. So LSO told us that we had to do this in the construction fund. So I urge an aye vote so we can take care of the asbestos and go ahead and finish this project to build a 4,000 square foot alternative high school. Thank you.
Discussion on the amendment, discussion. Chairman Nicholas.
Yeah, please vote aye.
Any other members? First, Representative Western, or Representative Knapp, or Representative whoever's next. Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. It's not perfect, but I think you did as best as you could.
We are 6:01, folks, 6:01. If anybody's keeping track when we started. Any other members first time, second time, second time? Members, we're voting on third reading, amendment number 21. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Requires a vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton, excused. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Kenner? No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 48 aye, 8 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 21 has been adopted. Next one is 30. Third reading 30. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd move third reading amendment number 30. And then I'll just briefly, and then I'll probably withdraw this. I just want to, I've been urged to withdraw this, but I'll just tell you a little history. All the folks.
Would you like a personal privilege after you'd withdraw your
No,
motion?
Mr. Speaker, just why this amendment is here. Used to be you could look around this room, and I think now you can look up, and I used to say this, but I think we're debating many of the same issues. It's the same issues since statehood and territory days, water and school and prisons and finances. And I think when you looked around and you saw your predecessors who sat in these same chairs or in the military World War II desks before these came in 2000, but there's a certain kind of mood it puts on you that, you know, we heard the Charles de Gaulle quote, you know, the graveyards are full of irreplaceable men. There's been a lot of people before us. And I think it sends the right thing. Now I see the only woman Senate president when I'm out ready to jump in my car. And then I hear from our staff that people who come to tour this place, where are they? We can't find them. And so, and the reason I bring this is because I've been getting stiff-armed for the last 4 years on this. I don't know what else to do. I've been in all those committees. I used to chair them. Oh, yeah. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just tired of it. And I just, so I've been assured now that this is going to get taken care of and done in the right way. And so we can, anyway, so I'm going to withdraw that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was, thank you, the longest withdrawal we've had. House 3030 is withdrawn. Next amendment, House third reading amendment number 44. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 44 for the House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, recall this is a fund of $100 million that we have made available for the good chief executive to do large projects, to kind of use this ARPA conserve funds to move the state forward. All this does, it takes 10 million of that 100 million, and it just expands the use a little bit, because a couple different projects have come up that one will facilitate the mining of coal, one will facilitate the nuclear folks that we're working up down on the southwest side of the state. So we've just broadened the language a little bit for 10 million of this 100 million. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Any other members? First time, second time. Members, we're voting on third reading amendment number 44, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment for your consideration, members, it does not require a vote because it is not adding any new money. It's just setting a piece of the existing appropriation or addressing a portion of an existing appropriation. So it is adopted. 44 is adopted. The next one is 22. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 22 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. In 2021, our great university over the hill, we had dealt with this in a section 607 in 2021, where we created an endowment for our great university over the hill. We were approached prior to that amendment with a donor who wanted to create a staking program at that university. And so in that 2021 supplemental budget, we dealt with an endowment for that staking program. However, unfortunately, in the last year, the donor and our great university have been unable to reach an agreement on that donation. And what the linchpin of it really is the desire to have an institute of smart contracts. So what all this amendment does is go into our section 303 carryover appropriation, takes an existing appropriation of $4 million that was set aside for that staking program and moves it into what is now from this cryptocurrency staking program. So we're moving it out of that endowment and into the smart contract endowment, or if you will, for the development of a smart contract program. And the reasoning behind that is simply that the donor is ready and willing, but the condition of the previous program is just not what the parties are agreeable to. We believe they'll be more agreeable to this. This is exactly what the donor wants. A little bit of background on what that is. There is no, you really can't point to, definitely not any credible smart contract program in the United States. This is to prop up one right here in Wyoming as hopefully a center and attraction for students and programs. So with that, take any questions. Otherwise, ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Representative Western, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's kind of frame this context and this whole blockchain stuff. 4 years ago, when we started doing these kind of things, a lot of folks said it's a flash in the pan, won't benefit Wyoming. Here we are 4 years later, and lots of high-paying jobs have been created here in Wyoming. This builds on that success by creating a center that works on the next generation technology for these types of private contracts. We see it with one of the other institutions at UW with energy research, partnering with industry. They do research, they get jobs. And so this is building on that exact same type of model to build on that type of success. And again, we're just rolling over a prior appropriation and using that $6 million appropriation, which only gets authorized if we get a full $10 million donation from a private donor who's already on deck, ready to write the money. Again, the state doesn't write a single dime of money to UW unless they have 10 million in hand. So that's why I ask for your favorable consideration. I stand for any questions.
Any other member, first time? First time. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will pose this as a question to the bringer because I'm a grouchy approach guy. And when I look at this, I have concerns that there will be this endowment set up, and I don't know what it takes to set up this full program at the university, but I worry about its sustainability and the likelihood that in not too long a period of time, they will return to the Appropriations Committee and ask for more funding. So I need clarification on that.
Other members, first time? First time. Chairman Nicholas.
So I do have a question about this. So when we did this in 2021, it was a 1-to-2 match. So for 4 million, we were going to get 8 million. And now all of a sudden it's 10 million for 10 million. So we're basically doubling or more than doubling what we offered before. And so I think it's a better deal when we have 4 million for 8 million versus 10 million for 10 million. So I'm kind of on and against.
Other members, first time. Representative Washut, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we creating a new program at the university with this amendment? That's my question.
Other members, first time. First time. Remember, first time. Members, first time. Second time. Second time. Second time to the sponsor, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to address a couple things. Was the Section 67 endowment a better deal in terms of a 2-to-1 match? Yeah, it definitely was a better deal for the state of Wyoming. However, the issue, as I tried to point out, I guess, is that that money, the 67 appropriation, it's not going to go into the program because our good university over the hill simply will not accept the conditions of that program as were set forth in that endowment. So that is the entire genesis and purpose of this amendment, is to bring the two parties together on the donation and the endowment. So while that definitely was a better deal that we struck a year ago, and if we want to put the money to good use, which I believe we do, and we do want to accept that donation, this is the way to do it. Also want to address the sustainability question. You know, this obviously this is you can consider it a one-time endowment because that's what it is. So it's not designed to become a drain on the general fund. I suppose there's no guarantee of the program either way. That's certainly up to the success of the program, but I do think there is tremendous interest in this. Each year in September, we hold a hackathon stampede at the University of Wyoming, the University over the hill. And this has been an ongoing conversation for several years, a desire to bring students into this program. So I do think there's a lot of push behind it. And I do think even outside donors, future private donations are all certainly options for the sustainability of this endowment. Thank you.
Thank you. So members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 22, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment is not adopted. Next amendment for your consideration is 23, Representative Jennings.
Mr. Speaker, I at this time will remove, if I could read it, number 23 to House Bill number 1.
Third reading 23 has been withdrawn. Thank you very much. Next is third reading 25.
Speaker Barlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, I move third reading amendment number 25, ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I know we've had a lot of discussion about what things are appropriate in the budget bill or not. This is certainly looking at things, the future of budgeting in our state, but I'd ask for your favorable consideration so we can advance this discussion. Certainly there is a bill that has parts of this, but that bill has much more substantive law in it. As well. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else for their first time? First time? Second time? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, we are voting on third reading amendment number 25. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. Third reading amendment number 25 has been adopted.
Next amendment is 26. Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move third reading amendment number 26 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So we've heard much about ECAs and that, but what we haven't talked about is just simply a bonus, a one-time bonus for teachers and other non-classified staff. So I'm just going to read this first paragraph real quickly. For the period commencing July 1st, 2022 and ending July 30th, 2023, there's appropriated $23 million from the school foundation account for the purpose of a recruitment and retention bonus for school year 22-23. This appropriation shall be limited to school district staff allocated within the Education Resource Block Grant model, excluding principals, assistant principals, superintendents, assistant superintendents, business managers, and directors. This appropriation shall also be used to provide a recruitment and retention bonus for special education and transportation staff, excluding directors. And so the idea behind this is, and we heard a lot of talk in the original ECA, that we just wanted money, and it goes on, and this is a 3% bump, so a 3% bonus. So this money is directed right at teachers and non-certified staff. It's one time and a bonus. And I really think we should think about these individuals and all the work they've done and all the things they've been through. And I would urge your consideration for this and approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stith, first time on the amendment 26.
Mr. Speaker, on and against, it's certainly true that the teachers have been through a lot. They do deserve 3%. They deserve more than 3%. They probably deserve 5 or 6. They certainly deserve to be well treated. But remember, we passed a bill out authorizing the school districts to double the cap, to double their reserves, to double their savings. And why do they want that? They want that because they're already at their maximum savings of 15% of their annual budget. So we have to double it to 30% because they've got so much money that if we don't double their reserves, they're going to have to give it back they're going to have to turn it back because they're not allowed to keep it. So the money's already there. If we believe in local control, trust our school districts to do the right thing, the money's there, and we can take care of our K through 12 establishment in an organized way when they need it. Whereas now they don't need the money; they've already got it. Again, as I've said before, my school district alone in my community, in my district itself, got $22 million of ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 funds. That's a lot of money. 270 million statewide. Thank you.
Members, first time, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 nights ago, probably about this time, to be honest with you, we were having a very similar debate. And I heard at least 3 or 4 different times that if I could ensure this money was going to teachers, I'd vote for it. If I could make sure that this money got into the classroom and to the teachers' hands, I would support something like this. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the 66th, here's your opportunity. This is literally dedicated to teachers. This is dedicated to those people that are out there every single day working with the children, working on our future. This is a one-time payment. This isn't something that goes into the block grant and becomes a magical disbursement across everything else. It absolutely 100% disincentivizes the districts from even attempting to go to principals, administrators. This is literally what you asked for. So I truly hope you can support it. Please vote aye.
Any other members, first time? First time? First time. Any other members? Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to say, down here on the last page, it says that the Board of Trustees of each recipient school district, it is expended only for recruitment and retention. So there is opportunity to disperse it just a little bit different than just for teachers for just a bonus. Thank you.
Any other member, first time? Representative Yin, first time on the amendment 26.
Mr. Speaker, on the amendment, so we see this $23 million and we're thinking, what does that actually mean on a per teacher basis? So you divide it by about 16,000 staff over the course of biennium is 24 months, ends up being about $60 a month. That's what it is, $60 a month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members, first time? First time. Any other members, first time? First time, second time. Second time to the sponsor, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And to the question on the back page, that's just the trustees to certify that this goes where it's supposed to. It's only for staff that's in the model, and it's only for actual staff. It's not, it was crafted in a manner so it's only for those that are actually there. It's not, this is not ghost employees. This is not anything. This is going right straight to your teachers and your custodians and your bus drivers. So on in support.
All right, members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 26, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment is not adopted. Division being called. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air excused. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton excused. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washut. Western. Wharf. Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 21 aye, 34 no, 5 excused.
Third reading number 26 is not adopted. Next one is 31. Chairman Greer.
I'll move.
Are you not moving it? Chairman Greer? You have an amendment. Would you please move that?
Mr. Speaker, I move amendment number 31, third reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1. You know, I've watched this workforce issue here in the state of Wyoming with a keen interest over the years. And I've tried several different times to try to find a solution. I've seen this Wyoming Tomorrow's program go through a lot of different iterations. And I like where we're at. This bill is going to be debated some more. I think you're really going to like the amendment that I have for it. My criticism in the past, matter of fact, I one day stormed off this floor and jumped in my truck and went home after we we had voted down Wyoming Works and then did a motion to reconsider. And I'll tell you, the reason why I was frustrated with it is because I felt as if we're throwing money after a problem without a solution. So, so I'm pitching an amendment you're going to hear next week. The concern is that you've got to have industry involved in this, right? We can't trust this to the Junior College Commission. We can't trust this to the University of Wyoming. We can't trust this to the department that oversees workforces. Industry's the one that needs jobs. But we've got to have a mechanism where we make this transition of where you're either a PhD or a waiter. We've got to have people that can do these tech jobs, and some of these jobs are very skilled jobs. Okay? Now, this Wyoming Tomorrow's program is an opportunity for people who, I guess I was lucky enough to be smart enough I didn't have to study to take a test because I was a screw off. And I went into service for 2 years to kind of get my head straight. But there's a lot of people who aren't ready to go to college right out of high school. They need to go out in the real world and see what's going on. And it becomes increasingly difficult to do so. And that is a huge segment of our workforce that isn't trained. And this program addresses those folks. And so we'll be debating this bill later. This is a funding mechanism, an if, in order to create the funds to put those into an endowment that will set this up and make this possible for Wyoming employers to be able to hire Wyoming kids or young adults to come and do jobs in the state of Wyoming for the Wyoming residents and for the greater good. So with that, I ask you to give this some serious consideration. Get this funding set up. We'll debate the bill. I'll amend the bill, make it better. Thank you.
Any members, first time, second time. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 31, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted, requires a roll call vote. Does it require a roll call vote? Chief Clerk, please call the roll. So there's, Chief, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air excused. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan. Haroldson.
Aye.
Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton excused. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Winter, would you confirm your vote, please? Winter? Aye? Thank you. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote.
Representative Hallinan, would you like to change your vote?
I'd like to change it to aye.
Thank you. We have you recorded as aye.
You are aye. Closing vote. Are there further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 39 aye, 16 no, 5 excused.
Third reading amendment number 31 has been adopted. Next amendment is 38. Representative Gray.
I withdraw amendment number 38.
Amendment number 38 is withdrawn. Thank you. Amendment number 39. Representative Gray.
I withdraw amendment 39.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Amendment number 38 and 39 are withdrawn. Thank you. Amendment number 40. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move third reading amendment number 40 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is that tip deal. We've been trying to get to it a couple different ways. On second reading, this body voted to appropriate those 75 million in savings from the permanent fund to the reserve fund, right next to each of those accounts, common school and permanent mineral trust fund. And those will still be invested in a way to maximize returns, because with the passage of Amendment A, we allow the chief investment officer to take a certain percentage of those and get the highest rate of return. So that part's there, but this is the tip part to keep it fluid. And so we are up against the tip on the common school account at 150%. And so if we adopt this amendment to move that tip to 225 throughout the budget period, it gives us some room to grow. That'll add about another 155 million in room. And then the same on the permanent side, although we're not as close to a tip. So, Mr. Speaker, if there's questions, you can just see the language is mirrored on the second page of the amendment for both of those accounts to move to 225 for this budget period. I'd stand for any questions, Mr.
Thank you. Any members for their first time? Members for your first time? Members first time, second time? Members are voting on third reading amendment number 40, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 41. And I just want to give the members a heads up. We go 41, and then 45, 42, and then 48. There's a new amendment up on the page. It is 48. It's 48. So the next one for our consideration is 41. Chairman Greer. Right there. Chairman Greer, Amendment 41.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw that amendment.
Okay, 41 is withdrawn. Next amendment, members, is number 45. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you,
Chairman
Mr.
Nicholas, 45.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment number 45 to House Bill 1, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from Casper.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman Nicholas. Okay, members, this is that 13th check that you turned down on second reading, wanted to run this in a different way. So it's not general fund, it comes out of the retirement fund. The retirement fund has grown by 1.2 billion. It's now currently 10.8 billion. It's up 1.2 billion. This would be 0.04%. This would be like a 30 minutes of, maybe 2 minutes of action in that fund. And I just think it's $5 million, and the people we're talking about really are not, there hasn't been a COLA in 10 years. That's fine. Those people who retired within the last 10 years don't need it. We're talking about the people that retired in the 1980s, right? Who are, this is before we increased salaries in state government. And you know, I think I know one, and I won't say his name. I know him now. He's 93 years old, and you know, retired at a you know, probably 60% of his highest 3 years was probably 30,000. And you know, so I don't know. So you know, some of these folks are $1,500 a month or so, and so I just think and face some challenges. So this, for those guys who retired 30 plus years ago, they're going to get $500 to $1,000 approximately. People who retired in the last 10 years, hardly anything. But you can't just say, I'll just repeat, you can't just say, hey, only those who are retired 40 years ago get this money. Our LSO legal staff has said you got to structure it in a way that everybody, you can't segregate that like that and pick. So it looks again like that bell curve, but it's out of the retirement fund, $5 million. And I'd stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Washut, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this proposal. If you've talked to some of these retirees that are out there, in their day, they were told and they understood that if you had a state pension, you were set for retirement. You were so far better off than everybody else because you had a state pension, right? And they believed that. And they thought they had done right for themselves and for their families by securing that pension and working hard in public service for wages much lower than they probably could have earned in the private sector. And now they've lived long enough that with inflation, it's coming home that they're not nearly as well off as they thought they would. In fact, they're in horrible shape, many of these folks. And so I think the Chairman of Revenue's comments are exactly right. And I just urge you to support these long-standing retirees who are trying to make it by on a pension that they thought was going to serve them well.
Any members first time? First time on Amendment 45. Third reading amendment number 45, first time. Second time to the sponsor, second time, any member? Question being called. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 45, House Bill 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. It does require a vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on third reading 45.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air excused. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Paxton excused. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zwanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 39 aye, 15 no, 5 excused, 1 conflict.
All right, members, I was mistaken in the order of the amendments. So the next one will be 48, and the final one will be 42. So we have 2 amendments remaining. The next one is 48. The final one is 42. My apologies as I read them out of, or I did not look at the content of the amendments. Chairman Nicholas, Amendment 48.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move third reading amendment 48 for House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So ladies and gentlemen, all this is a technical corrections. The first part of it it's missing a word shall. Then you go down the next 79, page 79. This is Senate File 33, which was not enacted, so there's no need to have that language, so it's removed. Then if you go down to the bottom of the page, page 82, this just changed the singular to plural. Going on to the next page, that's just a save clause on the first one. Then you go down to page 100. These are being removed because House Bill 34 and House Bill 39 were not enacted. And then the last one is a typo on the original budget for 2022 to 2024. So ask for your favorable consideration.
Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion, seeing none. Members, we're voting on third reading amendment number 48. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Next amendment is 42. Representative Fortner. Representative Fortner, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 42 to House Bill number 1 and will withdraw the amendment at the appropriate time.
Please proceed.
I want to talk about basically what we've been talking about in this whole budget session. About 4 subjects. We'll wrap it up. It won't be very long. But anyways, first I'd like to describe what $1 billion is and what $1 trillion is. We're throwing that number around pretty often in the state of Wyoming, and the debt of the nation is over 30 trillion. So I'd like to define that and then move on. The $1 billion in $100 bills weighs 11 tons. So $1 trillion would weigh 22 million pounds. Or consider $1 million in $1,000 bills would be 8 inches high. $1 billion in $1,000 bills would be 666 feet high, or 110 feet taller than the Washington Monument. Our national debt at close to 30 trillion, which now it's 31 trillion, and $1,000 bills stacked to the would be, let's see, $1,000 bill stacked to the sky would be 3,600 miles high. But since the U.S. stopped printing $1,000 bills, the largest nomination printed is the $100 bill. So our national debt would be 36,000 miles high in legal tender. Keep this in mind, stacked money, not placed end to end. Our domestic GDP in 1980 was 34%. Today, it's 147%, as well as high inflation. Recently, the Fed said the U.S. is in the worst financial shape it's ever been in the history of this country. So that's what we're dealing with. And I want to go on to talk about some of the things that I see is going to happen in the future, even though they say we can't see the future. First one would be over exuberant government in the state of Wyoming. We're the second largest government in the nation per capita, with the most money paid in the nation to maintain that government. And that does not include the school system. The two ways we can cut and reduce: first, buy out the insurance and benefits package plans and increase pay to make the difference. Second, subcontract out all government jobs like some other states do, and the way they do it out in the private sector. Schools are overfunded by hundreds of millions of dollars. This could be fixed with school choice models, which would diversify at the same time cut costs to the taxpayers. Federal government funding programs all come with strings attached over time. They can be a short-term blessing, which turns into a long-term curse. Doing business with our federal government is unstable with 30 trillion in debt, like I just discussed. It makes for a bad business partner and an unstable source of income. And the citizens of Wyoming are in jeopardy of losing our constitutional freedoms as well. We need to phase out federal government spending and move on to doing smart investments. And I suggest with the excess money that we got, that we look at buying out all long-term pension plans instead of adding to them, and positioning ourselves for the downturn that's yet to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for their first time on the amendment? Representative Gray, first time on the amendment.
First for a second, thank you.
Any other member first time? First time. Members first time, second time. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank the good representative from District 52 for bringing this enacting clause amendment. I've never seen that done before in the 6 years I've been here, and I want to thank him for doing that. He's growing into a tremendous statesman. I think there's only one other person in this body that I'd maybe rank higher than him, and I think he's just I appreciate his comments. And it's not me, the one I'd rank it. But maybe I should clarify that. But I'd ask for a no vote on this budget. When we left here less than a year ago, we really left thinking that we were going to come back with an insolvent state. And then over the summer, it became clear that it was actually going to be the opposite, that we had this influx of federal funds and severance tax coming in at tremendous levels, and that it was actually going to be the opposite. And I was just hoping that, because I'm not even going to call this a boom, it's an influx of cash. I was just hoping that we wouldn't blow this one last one. And I'm afraid that that's not what's happening here. This budget puts over $200 million into permanent funds for discretionary uses that don't fix our core deficits. And then on top of that, we added $247 million in amendments on Wednesday and then today. So in total, I mean, just off the bat there, that's $500 million, which if you invested that, I mean, you could pay for the school's deficit probably, if that expanded to what we looked at last year, probably for 12 to 15 years off just those two things. And on top of that, there's, I would say, about $150 million in new expenditure too, that was already in the budget. So I just, it's really saddening to me that I think that we're missing this opportunity to really get our state's finances in order for an entire generation. And I just really would ask you to vote no on this. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into it, but I'd ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fortner, any final words?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 0001, and I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So members, House Bill 1, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker excused. Banks. Bear. Blackburn excused. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly. Crago. Duncan excused. Eklund. Air excused. Flitner. Fortner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Hallinan.
Aye.
Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kinner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller.
Aye.
O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Ottman. Paxton excused. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood.
Yes. Aye.
Simpson. Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson. Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Haroldson, no to aye. So you're staying at no? Knapp, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 41 aye, 14 no, 5 excused.
House Bill 1, having received the majority affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, House Bill 1 has passed the House. Thank you, members, and thank you to our Appropriations Committee. Thank you. And members, more importantly than with the work we did, let's thank our staff, who's not in the gallery, but thank our staff. And that's the staff, our LSO staff, our session staff, who've been processing amendments, doing all this work for some of them for months, and some of them late nights, early mornings to us for help us accomplish our budget work of the 66 Wyoming legislature. Members, you've noticed we've had several people leave the floor. We've got several members that are ill, a member that is traveling to see a very fragile grandchild. So while we've done a lot of work, we're still a family, we're still colleagues. So I'd ask you as we depart this place to greet each other, say, hope to see you soon, which will be hopefully next week. And let's come back together and continue to do the good work on behalf of the citizens of Wyoming. Halfway through, 50% mark for the legislative budget session. But let's look out for each other in prayer and thoughts. As I said, there's some sick and some having challenges elsewhere. Members, a couple notes about next week. As you recall, we have bills on second and third reading, so be considering amendments if you were interested in amending those bills for Monday. We'll have some messages. Okay, so we're going to read some bills in. Talk very quietly among yourselves, very quietly. So we have a general file for Monday. So we've got committee reports.
Senate File 29, sponsored by Judiciary, Liability for Governmental Health Care Providers Amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred to Senate File 29, Liability for Governmental Health Care Providers Amendment. Respectfully report, same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Larson Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washit, Yin, Swanitzer. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 2, sponsored by Management Council, Legislative Budget, an act relating to appropriations for the legislature. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 2, engrossed, Legislative Budget. Respectful report, same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 57, sponsored by Appropriations, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments, an act relating to courts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 57, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 58, sponsored by Appropriations, Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, Workforce Services, an act relating to the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 58, Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, Workforce Services. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 59, sponsored by Appropriations, Game and Fish Fund Investments, an act relating to public funds. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 59, Game and Fish Fund Investments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 66, sponsored by Appropriations, American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Funds Appropriations, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 66, engrossed, American Rescue Plan Act Recovery Funds Appropriations. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 98, sponsored by Appropriations, federal emergency COVID-19 relief funding limitations, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 98, federal emergency COVID-19 relief funding limitations, respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 31, sponsored by Education. Absenteeism and truancy, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 31, engrossed, absenteeism and truancy, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Brown, Connolly, Harshman, Nyman, Newsom, Obermueller, Paxton, Summers. Representative Paxton, Chairman. Senate File 27, sponsored by Judiciary. Dissolution of County Board's authority, an act relating to counties. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 27, engrossed. Dissolution of County Board's authority. Respectfully report same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Burt, Clausen, Duncan, Ayer, LeBeau, McGuire, Roscoe, Zwanitzer. Excuse Representative Blackburn. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 35, sponsored by Minerals. Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Regulation Exemption, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 35, Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Regulation Exemptions. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Baker, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Henderson, McGuire, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. Senate File 45, sponsored by Transportation, Military Department Annual Report, an act relating to Defense Forces and Affairs. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom was referred Senate File 45, Military Department Annual Report. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Baker, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Henderson, McGuire, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. Senate File 23, sponsored by Labor, Nursing Home Administrators, an act relating to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 23, Nursing Home Administrators. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Stivar, Wilson. Excused, Representative Romero Martinez and Representative Wharf. Representative Wilson, Chairman. Senate File 24, sponsored by Labor, Pharmacist and Pharmacy Technician Practice, an act relating to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 24, Pharmacist and Pharmacy Technician Practice. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Stivar, Wharf, Wilson. Excused, Representative Romero Martinez. Representative Wilson, Chairman. Senate File 101, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. Ephedrine and Naxaline Administration Authority, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 101, Ephedrine and Naxaline Administration Authority, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Stivar, Wharf, Wilson. Representative Romero Martinez, excused. Representative Wilson, Chairman.
Messages from the Senate.
Message 145. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 43, Community College District Elections. Ayes 30. Message 146. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 90, Capital Financing Select Committee Membership. Ayes 28, noes 2. Message 147. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 112, General Government Reports 2. Ayes 30. Message 148. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 7, Wyoming Gaming Commission, Shriver Error Correction, ayes 27, noes 3. Message 149. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 36, Pharmacy Benefit Managers Act enhancements, ayes 24, noes 6. Message 150. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 61, Sage Grouse Game Bird Farms, no certification expiration, 2. Ayes 26, noes 4. Message 151. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 97, Change in Party Affiliation, ayes 18, noes 12. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so ladies and gentlemen, the committee of the whole list for Monday is Senate File 39, 2, 23, 24, 27, 29, 31, 35, 45, and 57. And Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, the 28th day of February, 2022.
Committee announcements. Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Chairman of Appropriations for taming the tigers and lions this year. But your committee number 4 will be meeting Monday upon noon recess, 15 minutes after noon recess, to work on Senate File 32, K-3 reading assessment.
Chairman Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Minerals Committee, Committee Number 9, will meet Monday, February 28th at 8 o'clock. We have Senate File 46 and Senate File 47 to consider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 1 Judiciary will meet Monday morning at 8 a.m. in the Connector Hall in our usual room, number 1, to hear 2 Senate files, Senate File 25 and Senate File 26.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee Number 7 Corporations will meet Monday upon noon recess. We're going to try to hear Senate File 49, repeal of specified state board, Senate File 74, water and sewer districts, and Senate File 75, deferred annuities.
Chairman Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, your House Appropriations will meet at noon in the 301 and to review the Senate's lovely work on the budget.
Any further announcements? Further announcements. So again, members, thank you for your work. Please keep thoughts and prayers about those colleagues and family members of theirs that are having challenges right now. We have several that are quite ill, and so keep them in your prayers. So members, you've heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, February 28th. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The House is adjourned.